Cool.
Hi there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and welcome to session number 64 of the Adventures of the Salamander Coast. Scaled back discussions. Because Suni's missing scales on his back and his arm and his chest. So, but it's also a talkie talk session. Maybe. Who knows what's going to happen? Before we get started, though, or we dive in immediately, Cameron, could you roll a d8 for me?
Yeah. 4.
Okay. Alrighty. Thank you very much. All right, with that, let's go ahead and roll the intro and get started. We're back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. So let's go ahead and dive in to this evening's session. So as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I don't do the summary. I have my players do the summary. Who's on summary this week? Tis Gemma. Gemma, whenever you're ready, go ahead and summarize.
Yes.
Yes.
So, last session, after a little bit of a misstep in a little bit of sneaking from Typho, we get thrust into combat, which gets a little bit sticky as a bunch of people in the party get stunned and just generally hurt, as one does in combat. And during it, the priest that was there flees with Wicca's head and instructs that blood samples are to be taken from the rest of the party and brought to wherever he is headed. We're able to persist, however, and none of those creatures are able to get any of our blood out of the room. And so we just take a little short rest to recoup and continue to push on, but we find that where the priest went only leads to a seemingly dead end with just one of those frog statues that we've been seeing all around the place there. So after a little bit of conversation, we gather that all the frogs in this place will need to be activated through magic before we're able to follow after the priest. And so we go around activating all of them, and during which we find a Triton who's in a bit of a deep meditation in a little nook. And it seems to be a lot older than the rest of the structures around here. And so we realize that this is most likely the Ancient One, the thing that inscriptions around the lake had warned us about, and that we probably shouldn't disturb him. But then we accidentally do exactly that, and so he arises, broken from his meditation, and approaches the party. No one really sure of what he's initially intending, but he attacks Carosilla, and we know it's best not engage back. So thankfully, since this whole place is a giant circle, we are able to just run round and outpace him, activating that final frog to take us to where the priest had gone. Also along the way, we also managed to snag up some goods that were assumedly from previous victims of the creator as we head on our way. And so we get ourselves into the little experimentation chamber that Suni was being held in, and he is clearly worse for wear, and so not wanting to risk any further conflict and go in further, we grab him up and get ready to head out, but are stopped by the creator himself, who only wants a little talk. So he explains to us that he wants samples from all of us, knowing our abilities, and that he'll be able to imbue those into his creations and create an army against the Dark One, who he states that he's also opposed to. Party refuse him, however, and the creator expresses his disappointment that we cling so greatly to our morals that we're not able to make what he sees to be a necessary sacrifice. He warns that trying to impede on his work will only make us further enemies, and that he can provide no guarantee to us about our safety from his creations. But otherwise, he allows the party to leave, taking Suni with us, and returning back up to the surface of this lake. Papa.
All right. Papa. Amazing. So, with that, we'll go ahead and pick up not where we left off. Oh. What we're going to do is we're going to pick up a little bit before the events of last session. Suni, you had spent most of the night out with Carasilla, going around town trying to help people. Partway through the night, you decided that maybe with the good that you've done, the help that you've tried to give, maybe you can commune with Elowen. Maybe you can make a connection. Maybe she'll listen to you. She'll listen to what you have to say. Maybe she'll give you some answers related to what you're doing here, or maybe even related to Sultana, this constant entity that's been on your mind. You head to the temple. You have a very brief conversation with the head priestess at that town, a woman by the name of Leah, or she asks you to call her Lily. She shares with you that perhaps the temple isn't the best place for you to be. Perhaps you should go out into nature, try and find something there to commune with. Elowen doesn't have any shrines in the temple, but she wished you well on your spiritual journey and hopes that you find what you're looking for. A very kind woman who gives you all of the reverence and respect that you've become accustomed to receiving as a metallic dragonborn. So, you head out into the forest. Into the darkness of the night, you try and find a grove, a mud pile, a lake, a river. You try and find something that would connect you to her. You sit and you begin to commune, listening to nature. However, your communion is cut short. You feel this pinch on your neck, this incision, like an extremely thin blade. And as you look up, you see a man with deep teal skin and these twisted purple eyes. And in a moment's notice, you're unconscious. Paralyzed, no idea what's happening. Darkness consumes your world. The sounds of nature fade. The sounds of comfort in the natural world fade. And as you awake, you are affixed to a table. You can hear the sound of churning mucus, the sound of steam vents hissing, the sound of flesh pushing against flesh. And there is just this uncomfortable air to the area that surrounds you, as you are in a place that is alien to you. Something that is so incredibly advanced, yet so twisted and almost seeming archaic at the same time. And you see that same man standing before you. This small orb floating from his hand, interlocking gold in purple magical energy swirling around, with a very thin blade coming out of the top. See this man. And you see him look down upon you. And he speaks to you. Not condescendingly, but as if he knows so much. But he doesn't shame you for not knowing. It's the air that he carries about him is he wants to enlighten you. He doesn't think any less of you, not condescending. He just wants you to learn, like any good teacher would want of their students, or any good parent would want of their children. And as he looks down at you, he speaks.
I am sorry for it coming to this. Know that I'm on your side. But Dragonborn are exquisite specimens. I will make this painless for you, and in time, I will return you to your companions. Keeping you would be cruel. You are much more effective alive than dead. Once I get what I need, I will return you. Now, it's only courteous for me to answer any questions you may have. Now, I am a very busy man, and I still have work to do. So, how about this? You ask me 3 questions, and I will answer them without being cryptic. I will answer clearly and to the point. Now, knowledge is a gift, so do not waste these questions.
So you can see he turns back to a table where there are a collection of tools. And you can see he's getting ready to do whatever he's going to do, but like I said, there's no he's not threatening you. It's like you're in an examination room and the doctor is getting ready to, perform open heart surgery, and he's trying to just talk to you so nonchalantly as if he's not going to open you up and take things out of you. So Suni, with that, his back is turned to you. You are bolted down into the table. And the thing that is very odd is you feel there is this suppression of magical energy in the area around you, specifically with these cuffs on your hand, where there maybe was a brief moment where you tried to breath attack or you tried to misty step, but the magic is suppressed when these cuffs are on your fingers or when they're on your wrists. So you are sort of stuck here. So what do you want to do?
I will first, so I just woke up, right?
Yeah, you just came to from your being knocked unconscious.
Am I groggy at all, or am I completely
It's weird. You're not. It's like you woke up from a restful nap. Not the ones where you're you slept for 6 hours and you're what year is it? But where you took a 20-minute nap and you wake up and you're oh, wow, okay, that's weird. I feel fine.
And I can see him doing what specifically right now? Is he removing things from me as we speak, or is he preparing, or? He's
preparing. You can see there are a few medical tools, very thin, like scalpels, or you can see there are a few what would be known as syringes, right? That have nothing in them right now, but you can see him mixing together these ingredients in a mortar and pestle, and then using that small device that he has floating in his hand to refine it further into this ultra thin with no viscosity at all, thin water or thin liquid, getting ready to put it into those syringes to inject into you.
Is there anything else alive in the room?
Define alive? So you can see creatures with life. Pictured in the image in front of you, those pockets in the walls you can see creatures inside of them. In the current state, very human faces, or very humanoid faces. Dwarves, halflings, gnomes, humans, elves, tieflings. You can tell that those are their faces. But they are changed, modified. You can see scales or strange tendrils hanging off their face. Their body parts are changed or modified, whether it be an arm completely removed and something new grafted on. You can see the stitch marks are very, very, very new. And you can see them just pushing into that, like, sack that they're in, trying to break out of it, but without enough strength to get out. It's very much like in the Two Towers when the Urukai are, like, behind the, like, the wall of weirdness. It's like that in a Bacta tank. It's like both of those things combined, where you can see through very clearly, but they don't have enough strength to tear through the, like, membrane. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so through context clues, Suni would know that this is the person who made the things that we were fighting earlier.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess, I don't know. It's like a weird calmness that I suppose is probably from whatever he's being injected with.
Mm-hmm.
Usually I feel like Suni would kind of freak out during something like this, but I guess he'll kind of just take a deep breath and say, "What the hell are you going to do to me?"
Your scales, my boy. Dragonborn are so incredibly unique in the composition of what protects them, enhances their defense. It can be used in many different applications. I will take your scales. Not too many, just enough to make sure I have as many as I need to accomplish what I need to accomplish with them. I intend to use your scales to enhance my own creations.
That's one question. Didn't even turn around. He just, you could see him kind of turn his head a little bit and smile, and then go back to working what he was working on.
What is this place?
One of many of my growth chambers. You see, over many years, I've learned much about humanoids from this plane. And, well, I've learned that they're malleable. They're incredibly resilient. So over the past 10 or 12 years, I've created several different laboratories, safe houses, experimentation chambers, so I may enhance the lives around this region to help them better protect themselves from the Dark One when he comes.
What do you know about the Dark One?
And that, you can see him stop what he's doing and turn. He has the syringe in his hand and the magical orb with the incredibly sharp knights on the end begins to float around towards you as he speaks.
I know quite a bit about the Father of Lies. You see, there is much your people have to learn about the world around them. Not just the material plane, but what connects everything. My people were from the Astral Sea, natives to that plane of existence. The in-between that keeps it all together. The very stretches, the outreach, the end of it all, at the very edge of existence. My home, of course, was the first to fall. The first to see his unbridled, unshielded wrath. I have seen the hordes of Shadow Spawn, armies of Banshin. I have seen the 13 Forsaken, and what they're capable of with his might. I refuse to let him win. My people were not strong enough. They weren't willing to do what was necessary, but I, even if I have to do it myself, will make sure that will not happen. Even if it means I have to take scales from a heroic dragonborn, I will. If it means saving this world, saving my people's memory, I will do it. So I know much about the Dark One. And perhaps, when your friends come to get you, they'll see that I mean them well. And I can share what I know. But sadly, I fear they may not understand. But my apologies, young hero. I'm a busy man, and I have work to do.
And with that, you can see him takes the syringe and right around your collarbone, slowly slides the needle in, and there's this pinch of pain and an injection and this cool sleep that falls over you. You don't feel anything. In fact, it is very strange because what you feel is warmth. You feel coolness. This perfectly regulated temperature and calmness come over your body. You're not present for anything that happens. You're far away in a safe space. As you awake, however, the sounds of the growth chamber are no more. Instead, what you have is the feeling of being carried, perhaps by one of your companions. You can hear the sound of rolling rivers, sounds of nature, similar to where you were when you first went unconscious. However, as your eyes slowly open, they close once again. Feeling return to you. You don't feel pain, but you feel cold on your left arm, left shoulder, and the left side of your chest. You feel cold. Very, very, very cold. But your eyes shut before you're able to notice anything too much. As we cut back to the party and them getting ready to head back to Richka holding Suni. As all of you are getting ready to mount your horses, Typho does raise up a hand and say, "Excuse me, friends. I hate to interrupt as you're ready to head back to Richka, but I'm afraid that this is where our paths must depart. I was sent here to find Marcus, and while I was happy to help you find your friend, I still have not found Marcus. Perhaps there are other places he went. Maybe he was never down there in the first place, or perhaps I need to find another one of these chambers and see if he's there. I appreciate you helping me and being a kind face in a world full of unfriendly ones, but sadly I must depart. Before I do go, though, I would like to give you these. And he hands you the 3 ear cuffs that he took from the pile. I have no idea what they do, but you'll be able to use them more than I'm sure. I do hope that our paths cross again, but there's others who need me more than you do.
Yes, completely understand. I'm glad we ran into each other in the first place, and I'm sure we will again. But I'll say, I think if Marcus is truly still savable, he would be down there.
I believe so as well. Good luck on your journey wherever you head. And
Up to you.
thank you. And with that, you can see him head off in the same general direction he arrived, perhaps anticipating that there's some type of mount in that direction that he has to more quickly traverse the area. So, with that, Typho departs from all of you, and you continue your journey back to Richka with Natalia and Suna following behind. Now, eventually, after a few hours of travel, you do return back to Richka, which I'll go ahead and pull you all there now. The sounds of the city in front of you, but once again, sadly, springtime weather, the sound of crackling thunder and pouring rain begins to envelop the area.
All right, we're rain bubbling again. I got you, squad.
There we go. So, with that, eventually all of you do make your way back to Richka, and you are able to make your way back into the inn. The Squeaky Wheel Inn specifically. So let me go ahead and pull everybody there now. Maybe? It'll let me. There we go. All right. Woo. So, with that, the sounds of the stream fade behind you, and the sounds of the town fade as you enter the tavern itself. You can hear the sound of fire crackling, and let me delete Mom there. What's she doing?
And I was like, I only see Mom.
She got here first.
Get out of here.
Even before the whole inn.
She just stayed here the whole time. She just astral projected a copy of herself to go with you.
Fucking episode aided all the way over to us.
So all of you make your way back into the Squeaky Wheel Inn, and at about that point, Ildan rises from his seat, sees all of you enter, and greets, for one, Natalia with a hug and a kiss, and says, "Well, I'm very glad that all of you are safe and sound. And well, I see you must have recovered your friend. That's good." And you can see there are like people in the inn right now that are like looking up at like the Dragonborn who's like has just like his small clothes on that's like being carried by probably
I think it was Bianca and Carasilla.
Bianca and Carasilla.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I will say, if he does not have, like, cloak, I would have just chucked my cloak over him, because no.
yeah.
It's funnier if we're just dragons.
Yeah. This is so
No.
sad. We lost Morwen, and now it's like he's just being dangled between.
Yeah. So
Amazing.
you can see Ildan, he kind of looks down at where Suni is, and he says, "Okay, well, here, why don't we get a little bit more privacy, and we can handle it there. Here, I can,
I think we were thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Continuing probably up the stairs.
yeah, here, I can I can get him, Carasilla. And he's a little bit stronger than you, so he'll be able to carry Suni a little bit easier than you and Bianca, like carrying him like he's a hammock.
Struggle sesh.
Yeah. So he'll kind of like.
I imagine his tail's been dragging on the ground.
I imagine a lot of his be dragging on the ground. It's fine.
Yeah, he's gonna like fireman carry Suni up the stairs.
Better.
Yeah, and you can see some of the patrons. They're kind of whispering, and some of them are like, wait a minute, is that half naked dragonborn a gleeman? Is that what I'm to understand? Standards are really falling by the wayside these days. As you all make your way up the stairs, as the music of the tavern fades behind all of you. Going into one of the larger rooms that all of you share, there is a fireplace that is crackling in the corner to provide some heat. As then it is up to all of you as you sort of Ildan will lay Suni down on one of the beds and maybe get out like some like smelling salts or just something. And with that, Suni, you get this whiff of this intense aroma as you don't jolt awake, but you like your eyes shoot open and you don't like shoot up, but you're like, oh wow, okay, all right, I'm awake. And as you look around, you can see your party members and Suna, which you recognize, but then you see this drow man with long white hair to about his shoulders. And then you also see a middle-aged human woman with this beautiful auburn hair, wearing roguish leathers, and the man is wearing this like fighter's sort of like half plate armor. And the thing is, you can see the drow man has these deep, deep, deep red eyes that look very similar to Bianca's. And you make a small connection there, knowing who was supposed to be arriving just this morning. So with that, soon as you awake, you see all of these people in front of you. And as you look down, you see that all of the scales on your left-hand side from your waist up, so in between your waist and your neck, are entirely gone. So left hand, left chest, and the left side of your back. All those scales have been removed, leaving nothing but a sort of fleshy, more human arm.
When he sees this, he's going to, like, whatever clothes or cloak or whatever's around him, he's going to, like, tug it around and just cover himself.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really think it was going to happen.
What do you mean you didn't think it was going to happen? Were you expecting this?
He told me he was going to.
And you can see Ildan, he kind of puts a hand on your shoulder, Bianca, and says, we'll give you guys some space. And Ildan, Natalia, and Suna will all kind of exit out of the room, leaving just the four of you together.
So you're able to speak to him before all that, then?
He wanted me to. It was weird. What happened in there?
Well, for us, we didn't realize you were down there until we were down there. Then it just became a mission of getting you, but we mostly just went for answers, but really not much happened besides we got to meet him. They tried to collect pieces of us as well, but they were unsuccessful.
I see.
He killed Wicker, too. Did he tell you that?
You said, Joe, that I saw Wicker's body earlier.
Yeah.
You told me that. Is that still true?
Yeah, you would have seen it as... That's right, because you were in one of the holding cells, and as you were just kind of coming to and had this, like, eyes open and then eyes close as the medicine was still, or the injection was still affecting you, you would have seen the body of Wicker splayed out and the helmet and the head. Very easy to recognize it as one of the Forsaken, but sort of closing your eyes, it was something you maybe just forgot about when you were had your questions, as you had some more important things on your mind too.
I almost thought I was seeing things. But yeah, I saw that. Thank you, guys. He said that I was gonna get brought back to you when they were finished, but...
Wait, he wasn't gonna kill you?
No, and I believed him.
I don't know why that makes it worse, but I feel like it does.
He said that... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
He wanted us to work with him. To help him out and see his side of things. You're saying he actually thinks this is just some sort of trade that he made with you?
I don't think he thinks of it as a trade. I think he took what he wanted and that's it. Believe me, I don't think I got anything out of this. And he'll tug all of the clothes tighter around himself, around his shoulder.
Does it hurt?
No. It's weird. It's cold. And embarrassing.
Bianca's gonna, with thaumaturgy, I don't know, tell me if this is, it's loose, but like she can like maybe like warm her hand and then like just kind of rub his shoulder, just something soothing and warm.
Oh, yeah, of course. And Suni, there is that warm sensation you get over your shoulder and your upper torso.
It's really nice. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Before I freak out, do those grow back?
Not as far as I know. I've lost one or two here or there over the, past year. And they're still gone.
Cecily will kind of the realization of that starts hitting her, and she is very angry at the situation and has nowhere to put it. And she'll just pace around a bit and so fucked up.
But he didn't take anything from you, right?
He tried.
I didn't let him.
Yeah.
Good.
None of the creatures were able to escape with any of the blood samples from all of you.
I'd also caution to add, though, just kind of looking at Cecily. With those frog things, it might not have been samples, but something of arcane nature. I don't know if that's going to give him anything, but I think it's good to err a bit of caution.
Frog things?
There's frog statues throughout the place.
Weird.
Some kind of key to get to where you were. Cecily and I had to channel some magic into it. Well, them, I suppose. I'm not sure if that's worth any to him, but I also worried it's exactly what he wanted.
now that I think about it, he did say he expected you to come after me.
I have a feeling it's not going to be the last that we see of him anyways, so... Suppose those can be concerns for another day of what happens there.
Right.
Were you able to ask him anything that got you answers, not just maybe for yourself as to why he was doing it to you, but just why is he here? I mean, he told us some stuff, but it was more of a, this is my mission.
I got the same information from him pretty much. I think he mentioned he was from the astral plane, maybe, and his people wouldn't do what was needed to fight the Dark One, so now it's some sort of vendetta that he has. And that he wanted to take pieces of us to adjust his creations, I suppose, and that's what he's doing with my scales.
He didn't mention that to us, right? The Astral Sea part, Joe, or did he?
No, he didn't.
Well, that's actually new information.
Good.
He told us basically that he is fighting the Dark One, and he wanted our assistance to either be his allies and help him, or to be his enemies and hinder him. That he truly believes that he knows what to do in order to stop the Dark One, and that he's basically unswayable in his decisions.
I think he thinks he's the smartest person in the room every time he's in a room.
Yeah. I think that is the second supposed enemy of the Dark One we've met like that. And I don't want a fucking thing to do with either of them. I mean, are you okay, at least? I mean, as much as any of us have been okay since Summer's Rest.
I feel really violated, honestly.
Yeah.
I've been chained up a lot, but this may have been the worst one.
You know, you have, and I've been trying really hard not to rub it in right now. It doesn't seem like the time.
I deserve it.
What do you mean you deserve it?
Oh, who fucking walks out into the forest and gets kidnapped? I mean, that's just so lame.
Suni, you weren't in the forest for no reason. Or were you? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, I don't really know what I was doing. I was trying to pray or meditate or something. I don't know. No.
It is never an invitation to someone being alone to kidnap and, like you said, violate them. It is not your fault.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you all for coming after me.
What else were we gonna do? You can't fend for yourself.
Just as a heads up, and I don't know if any of you encountered it, he has ways of taking magic away.
Yes, I mean, tried contacting you when you weren't around in the morning and, well, weren't able to reach you at least. So I think whatever protections he has down there, there's not much we can do about it from up here.
Joe, what time is it?
Honestly, right now the clock is wrong. Let me go ahead and change that. By the time that you got back here, it was probably 2 p.m. It's probably what we're looking at. Because it was maybe 9 when you left. You were there for about an hour, and it's about an hour there and back. So maybe about, 1:30, 2 o'clock.
All right. Well, Cecily will just. Well, you should probably rest if you can, and if you can, I'll sit here if you want someone.
I'm sorry, did somebody say something to me? I am dealing with something, so I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yes,
I'm
that's
sorry.
what he did.
Yes,
Okay.
I did.
Give me like 2 minutes and I will be back.
Dear.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
All right. That's fine. We'll cut from the party to Ildan and Natalia downstairs with Suna, as the three of them are sitting there. You can see Ildan kind of leaning forward, sort of tracing a finger around his mug of ale. He says, I feel bad for the kid. You say you found him like that? And you can see Natalia kind of nods, and she says, and I don't think we ever ran into anything like that before. I mean, there was that artificer in the gemstone, but that was alterations to warforged or mechanical creatures, nothing like this. To change life like that? But the strangest thing is all is it didn't seem that he was hurt at all. They were just taken off. You can see Ildan kind of lean back. Were you able to see any of the ingredients, any of the tools? And Talia kind of nods, or shakes her head no, and Suna pipes up and says, I saw the tools. I was able to see them. I saw what tools were there. I also saw some of the ingredients that he had. I didn't see a journal, else I would have thought to grab that to see if maybe I could learn a little bit more about what he was doing, but I was able to see some of the things that he had. Oh, well, that's great. Any idea of how maybe to prevent at least the serum that caused Suni to go unconscious? I could maybe try and figure out something. It looked like they were mostly ingredients harvested from the local area, things that maybe midwives or alchemists would use to not only dull pain, but to help promote sleep in those that maybe have some form of insomnia. But the doses were altered to be a little bit more extreme and enhanced magically, I think that I could maybe come up with something to serve as a counterbalance. If that could work. Well, listen, Natalia, you've had a busy day, love. But I think that it's worth it for Suna and I to go figure this out. What do you say, Suna? Yeah, that'd be great. If I could help, that would be amazing. And Suna kind of gets up, gathers some of her things, and Ildan looks down at Natalia and says, listen, if they come down wondering where we are, tell them we're okay. We're not going anywhere alone, so hopefully they won't be able to get the jump on us. Go get these ingredients, and just so that way we at least have the insurance to know that we're not going to have to worry about being injected. Now, you stay safe, all right? Been going out to weird lake monster caves. Listen, we've been out of the game for a while, Natalia, and she just kind of throws up a hand and says, I think you need to relax. It was fun. It's been so long since we've done something like this. Just relax a little bit and know that I don't think we've ever adventured with this many competent individuals. So I think we'll be fine. All right? All right. Come on, Suna, let's go. And Suna nods, smile on her face. Two of them head out to collect some ingredients to prevent at least being knocked unconscious or influenced by the alchemical ingredients. Okay, so with that, we cut back up to the party. As Cecily, you said to Suni.
I said to Suni, you should probably get rest if you can, but if you can't, I can just sit in here with you. I mean, if you want somebody.
Cameron, I think you're muted.
Oh, we almost had it. God.
God damn it, I'm sorry.
God, we almost... Oh, man.
It's
Okay,
okay.
guys.
It's okay. We're a little rusty. You're a little rusty. That's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. All right.
First time back in 2 weeks.
Yeah. It's okay. All right. From the. All right.
All
Let's.
right.
All right. And so we'll take it from the top of the scene. Okay. So Cecily just gave you the cue line, Suni. So all right, ready and lights up.
Yeah, that would be nice. I don't think I want to be alone right now.
And, yeah, I mean, if I remember, we had split the rooms, like, kids in one, twins in one. I know that all got kind of topsy-turvy when Morwen left, but...
I think Bianca would have joined Carasilla since Suna likes her alone time anyway, and goddamn, I'm not gonna leave Carasilla alone after her sister leaves to go be amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
That's way too sad.
But yeah, Cecily will totally just kind of nod to the group and kind of let it be known that she's cool to just kind of cool and / like wants to, for her own well-being, just stay here with him for a bit and make sure that that's going well.
Just, stay near the fire. It'll help keep you warm.
Yeah.
Just because I don't remember, how did that alter self thing that the Raven Queen gave Bianca work again? At will for unlimited duration. Oh, fucking sick. Well,
answered your own question. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I found it. Unless you want to change the rules like you did my wings and aisles.
Whoa! Put those guns away. I didn't deserve that. Jeez.
Hey, you're not a
Yeah,
horse.
he's not a horse. Ah, god damn it.
Oh man,
Cameron,
Bro,
you're
there's a clip.
Oh my
Alright.
god.
Joke thief.
Hey, man.
You gotta be quicker. The draw. Okay,
Like
I'm
when
done.
Bianca shot those horses.
Okay, Bianca's gonna be her half drow self before she leaves, because
Okay.
that'll be easier than what's been happening. So,
True.
and Bianca might be like, Carousel, do you want to come with me?
Just back at the two we're leaving. Just call out if you need anything, right?
Yeah, of course.
Also, imagine we're gonna spend an extra night here. So it's probably a good idea to let Russ know that.
Yeah. And then as they're like going down the stairs, Bianca might be like, I don't know if there's a good place here in this small town to find like some armor to maybe protect his arm. But isn't there like one arm armor things maybe we can look for? I don't know what's super. I wear this, so did Morwen ever wear any sort of armor like that?
Not single arm things like that. She had the little and do like a gesture thing for
These
Morwen's
two are doing so
passes.
well.
Yeah, those things I suppose for any protection she needed there. So we can ask around. Someone must have something.
Yeah. Just look around. Maybe my dad knows something. I don't know, but might be nice, and at least for an adjustment period.
We'll find something.
Yeah. Oh boy. So I guess we do those things.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So as you head downstairs, you can see your mother, Natalia. She informs you as to where Ildan and Suna went. And I would say as you go down to talk to Russ, as Bianca, you and Carasilla approach, you can see Russ sort of looks at you, his head cocked, and says, "I'm very sorry, but young lady, do I know you?"
No, I don't think we've met before.
Oh, sorry, you just have familiar face, I suppose.
Oh, well, my father's and my mother is here, so you might be recognizing them.
Oh, I didn't realize those were your parents. Happy to have a family reunion here, Enrichka. Well,
Yeah.
so what can I help you with today?
Oh, we were just going to be staying an extra night.
Oh, of
So-
course.
Keeping those rooms for one more. Hopefully heading out in the morning.
All right, very well. Let's see. I hate to do this, to charge more than what I normally would, but due to the damages that happened to the town, the price has gone up just a little bit to help pay for some of the repairs. If that is too much, it will be 5 silver for the 2 rooms. Unless, of course, you need a room, or will you be staying with your parents?
I'll be staying with my parents, and then like when he looks away, give Carousel a wink.
So it's 5 silver a room now. If that is too much, I would understand. If you feel it is best to camp outside the city. I know that times are hard here in the Old Kingdom, so I would not blame you. But your money is going to a
Please,
good
wouldn't be a
cause.
problem.
Oh,
And Carousel will sit down 5 platinum onto the table and just give him a wink.
um,
But anyways, we have other business to attend to, so there's nothing else.
No, and the breakfast in the morning is on the house. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. And he like grabs the platinums very slowly and like tucks it into a small chest underneath, and he just kind of. Do you want a drink? On the house. Looking back and forth between the two of you.
We'll be back later.
Yeah, save it for us. I'm sure we'll like one.
Okay, you got it. Okay. He kind of goes back to wiping down the counter as the two
You
of
know
you.
how to act with all that money.
Not a very affluent town, that's for sure. Okay, so with that, the two of you do a little bit of sleuthing out in the city to see if you can find anything that would match that. Roll a each one of you roll a d10.
Oh.
Bianca, you're going to be the 1 through 10, and Carousel, you're going to be the 1 through 100 out of a d100 roll. This is teamwork.
What?
Well, it was a 3.
Oh, I see. 8!
So a 38. Okay, cool. So I would say with that, luckily for you two, there are a couple of traveling merchants that came through town. There are no armor or blacksmiths here. Most of the blacksmiths here are mostly just like, they work with like horseshoes, or maybe like farming tools, things like that. Definitely not a weapons and armor type of place, as that is some very highly expensive equipment for a town that really has no use for it. But luckily, there are a few traveling merchants that come through town, and you do find there are people that are selling like full plate armor or scale mail, studded leather, things like that. And so you could purchase what would be in 2 separate purchases that they could sew together for you rather quickly. What is a like single pauldron metal sleeve that is from the shoulder all the way down to the wrist, scale mail. So it's interlocking metal scales, closer to that of like a lizard of some kind. The layers overlapping each other. That goes from the shoulder to the wrist. And then buying a little bit of animal fur to go on the inside for that warmth for him. And we'll say that is 15 gold.
Done! I think that's perfect.
Yeah.
Nice.
Especially since it's scale mail. So appropriate.
Yeah.
Exactly. So with that, you purchase your arm sleeve thing.
I was gonna say, like, while they're like getting that all prepared and they're just like idly like looking around the other things, window shopping now that we found what we're looking for. Bianca will just say, "How are you doing since Morwen left? Honestly."
You ever think about what it'd be like to lose a leg? Or any kind of limb?
I mean, in a way, yes, but I can't relate.
Nor can I. But you must think, suddenly you find yourself without it. Pain and all that aside. Just imagine, how we'd get here without that. Without being able to just walk as we have. Just have to continue, and you know that there's plenty of people out there that have lost legs, never had them to begin with. Morwen is just... It's not just a leg. Twins might be different people and the physical side of things, sure, but she's part of me. She's, in all reality, is me as well. And now I'm standing there without any legs, and I need to keep walking. And I don't know, it's just... It's weird. Think about going on without her, her being all the way away in Bromsgrove, I guess. Ironically, it's almost like it's back at home before Children of the Flame and all that. I mean, she'd always spend so long just at the docks working and all that. And you know, I'd miss her when she was out there. Sometimes I would lie to get her off work so we could spend time together, but you know, she wasn't a fan of that one. Then with Children of the Flame, it was we were always together. And so I know it's only yesterday, but it feels like it's been so long already. I don't know. Can't stop worrying about her. She's strong, I know that. We all know that, but she's still Morwen. I just keep worrying that one of these nights she's gonna wake up in a sweat like she does, and I'm not gonna be there for her. And I know she probably doesn't need it, but it's nice to feel needed. And I'm just not gonna be there in those moments.
I don't know what it's like to have a sibling, let alone a twin. But you very clearly made me understand. I mean, that analogy was perfect. I don't know, just being so independent. For myself, my whole life, it's just such a different mindset. But there's something really beautiful that you guys have still. And I'm really sorry that this has happened. But I will also say you are very, very needed here. And I'm incredibly grateful and surprised that you didn't go with her. But honestly, I'm curious why you didn't.
I mean, I wanted to. There wasn't a question about it in my mind when, you know, first read what the letter said. I mean, it's never been a question. We always did almost everything together, right? So... But... I think, it only took a moment to remember everything else. I mean, we had to leave our men behind to be here. Because what you're doing, what we're going to be doing together, that's important. And everything that had happened before now, it's always been to help us achieve whatever the fuck we're going to be doing to take the Dark One. All that loss, everything. It's all for that. And it wouldn't be right to just choose selfishly, I suppose, in that moment. And to go with her. it would just be letting everything have just happened for what seems like nothing. And I couldn't do that to them. It wouldn't be fair. It'd have to be more, and of course it would have to be more, and I mean... She was always going to be. I mean, even... before we had our own troops, our own commander, Anira, she believed that Morwen could go the whole way up there. And she could become Lightbearer, and... God, she was right. And I couldn't do that to Morwen either. I couldn't stop her from getting that. That's always been the thing, right? I know what she's like. I know how determined she's always been in everything. Every single fucking thing. And I knew that she was always going to achieve something. Didn't know it was going to be Children of the Flame, didn't know it was going to be any of this, but I've always wanted to just be there. Help her where I can. And I suppose I've known that she's going to do something where I can't follow her, and I didn't realize it'd be now. And I thought I was prepared for it, but evidently not. I feel like none of us have been prepared for anything, so I suppose it follows of all that.
No, amazingly, even the things, like you said, you can expect them and see them coming, and still when the day arrives, you won't be. And that's definitely, I think, something all of us are just going to have to join together to be able to handle. And you said a lot about wanting to be there for Morwen and knowing she would want to become something. Like you said, like, of course she was going to, but what about you? I mean, you're incredibly talented, caring, passionate. And I know you've always wanted to support Morwen, but at the end of the day, once we absolutely and without a doubt destroy the Dark One, what is it that you've wanted?
I don't know. What does anyone want? Think if anything, I want people to be able to continue on after everything. I mean, I think it's safe to say that the Dark One's only going to become more of a problem. There's going to be more cities that find themselves in some state of ruin. There's going to be more people that have to part. More people that have to part in a more permanent sense as well. I think if anything, I want to help move the world past this place. Past where it is now. There's always been problems, there's always been challenges, there's always been hurt and pain in the world. But I feel like most of the time, most people just need to know that there's someone there that cares, that will listen. I think I've learned that that's sometimes more important than anything else. And now with the Gleeman cloak as well, feels more right. I'd thought that answer was with the Children of the Flame. I mean, in Bromsgrove, they were the people that helped people. Wasn't so much city guards or the likes. It was the Children of the Flame patrols that would settle disputes, help people that needed it. I thought that would be enough, but that wasn't quite right. And in all honesty, I was a bit of a shit as a soldier, so I don't think that was exactly the answer either. I think it was a different kind of cloak I needed, not just a white one.
I like this one. It suits you very well.
I like it better as well. So that was always the thing, you know, you'd go out to different towns in Bromsgrove, they don't have the same idea of the Children of the Flame. They would see our little patrols as just a sign that something was going to happen. Each town you go to, just bracing for impact of whatever that would be. Who they're going to target. What's going to happen to them. They'd see the cloak and they'd look at you with fear, if anything, but I mean, with the Gleeman cloak, it's been the opposite of that. I like that better.
Good. I think even though it hurts, I think you're really on the path of doing exactly what you want. And of course, Morwen's able to do what she wants. And I also, selfishly, really want you to stick around and help me. Because as much as I adore Suni and Cecily and Suna and my parents, and I know your pep talk was great. It made me feel very good and way more comfortable and confident. But I see the way you affect people and the presence you have. And it's not just when you wear that cloak. And I would really, really appreciate your help with navigating whatever comes next with this land. Because I might be passionate, but I don't know what I'm doing.
No one knows what they're doing. It's a great old secret to the world, after all. But
You
so
make
I'm
you
not planning on going anywhere.
You definitely act like you know what you're doing somehow.
Well, you know, it's all about the confidence, right?
That you do have.
You know, no idea what the fuck I'm ever doing. It's the grand secret to it all, you know. If you worry too much about what's going to be happening next and what's going to be happening to you and everyone else around you, you end up getting so far in your mind about it, the moment's already passed and now you're just free-falling through it. Sometimes I think it's better to just take that step back and just let yourself be prepared. No matter what that outcome is, just know that it is only a moment.
I think that would be excellent. An excellent approach. Because I feel like I can't get out of my mind recently. Or ever. Maybe this isn't recently. Maybe that's just who I've been and I'm in denial.
Well, I think it's normal to live in a mind like that. mean, I'd be lying if I said it's not basically every day where I'm back in Delna's Pass. But, you know, it's just something that you have to move on from.
I just want to acknowledge that I've seen the sacrifice you've made not only at Delner's Pass, but watching your sister walk away in order for her to do what she needs to do and you to do what you need to do. And I guess basically I'm just trying to say it's very noble making those hard choices, even when your heart is screaming to tell you to do something else. It just so you know, it doesn't go unnoticed.
Yeah, certainly appreciate it. I think there's going to be a lot of hard decisions. And I think I know it in my heart that I'm sure yesterday wasn't going to be the hardest sacrifice that we're going to make. Or the last of the hardest, I suppose. But, you know, we're going to stay with each other, right? Seem to be
Right.
fated words for me now, but we will. And that's going to be what's important.
Yes.
And getting
I'm
to
not-
that next day.
I'm afraid you are very correct, but we just need to, like you said, be there for each other. And that will make it about as easy as it can be.
Hmm.
With that, as the two of you sort of share that last moment, you can see Ildan and Suna cresting up from the hillside, headed in the same direction past where you are. The two of them wave at you as you know what they were doing. You can see Suna has a crate of items that she's carrying, big smile on her face, ready to help. With that, the two of you, Ildan and Suna, provided there was nothing else you needed to get, head back to the Squeaky Wheel Inn. So unless you're any other items you needed to purchase?
I didn't have any.
Nope.
I think we're good.
Nope. Okay. Alrighty. So with that, you begin to head back to the Squeaky Wheel Inn. Now, my question to Suni and Cecily, while the two of you are in the room together, is there anything the two of you are saying to each other, or are you just kind of sitting in silence?
Cecily will, read the vibes, but she will definitely try to say a thing or two at first and see how Suni does. As far as all that goes, she might throw out a joke or two or whatever. Cameron, just so you know, preemptively you are muted. Just figured I would throw that out there now. All right, cool. See, I figured I might need to. Okay, but yeah, she'll at some point, just to see how Suni reacts and if he's up for it at all. This was a little worse than the guards at the Spire, wasn't it?
He'll have a little chuckle to that. Yeah. That seems so insignificant now.
Yeah. I thought my life was over when that happened. That was the most trouble I've ever been in. Which is saying something, because I have been arrested.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a mirror in this room anywhere, Joe?
Yeah, there are. Mm-hmm.
Suni will slowly kind of swing his legs down and remove whatever cloak is around him. And walk up to the mirror and just kind of look at his skin for the first time ever, and just kind of poke around at it and like feel like in his left hand and everything, and just kind of for the first time take it in.
And Suni, you can see it is there's no real scarring or cut marks. It's so incredibly odd. It looks as though the scales were removed on not just the top layer, but also on the bottom layer of skin. But in the way that it was sort of re-sewn together or healed or whatever happened while you were unconscious, it's like there were never scales there. The only reason anyone could tell is because it doesn't match the rest of your body. It's very odd to look at.
What color is his skin?
I guess the scales were that sort of dark bronze color, so his skin is like this sort of light taupe color, I believe. It still is rough, so it's not like human flesh. That would be really weird. It still is a rough skin texture, but it is just a little squishy without the sort of scaly exterior to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'll just kind of press around at like the fleshiness with his hand. How do you walk around every day just covered in this stuff?
Cecily will motion at her very scarred body. Not very well.
Fair enough.
Look, I don't really get along with mirrors either. Might be easier for you to just get used to how it looks in your own eyes first. That usually helps me a little bit.
You know, I'm still not really sure what it means to be a Dragonborn. That creator dude said that Dragonborns were very interesting specimen, is what he called me. And now it's like, if I don't know, it's like I had something that was part of me that I didn't even really know what it was, and now it feels tainted.
Hey, I don't know what some of that is like, but I at least know what it's like to have a permanent mark. I didn't like
Yeah.
any of mine at first. had one when I was 7, 8. It's just on my elbow. I just fell, and it never healed right, and that was it. That was fine. The other ones all have a story of some kind. It's hard not to look at them and think of all the stories, you know? And I can look anytime I walk past a mirror, if I stop for even just a second. I'll say that one came from when you were 12 at the orphanage and stole something from the headmaster. That one comes from when you were 13 and were defending your best friend Tay from one of the other kids. You got that one when you were 15 from the woman that wanted you to call her mom. But you already had a mom. I wish I had advice. I don't know how to look at it and not see the story. But I do know that whenever you have a bad story that you're carrying around, you can decide to end the sentence there, or you can keep going. Has Bianca taught you enough about writing to know, like, periods and commas?
I think she mentioned something about them, but I don't really know.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's like, you put a period at the end of a whole thought. But sometimes, you know, you might want to make a sentence that's actually two thoughts kind of put together. They could have been alone, but you decide they're better if they go together. And sometimes you use a comma to do that. I guess it's a little like that. I mean, I can look at all of these and just end it right there. Or I could say that all of this happened, comma, and now I'm here trying to make something good out of it.
Yeah.
Still sucks, not gonna lie. But
Cecily, I really appreciate you. I don't know if I've ever said those words necessarily, but, you know, after people leave, it's nice to know that there is still some who have been here from the start. And I really appreciate that.
Oh. You ever need to talk to somebody that knows what it's like to be dealt a shit hand from the beginning and then about 5 more? I'm always around.
Yeah. It's nice to know that.
And, by the way, I'm not saying it's your fault at all, okay? But trouble is a lot easier when we get into it together. So, you want to just maybe stick around from now on?
Generally I'd agree with you, but I'm glad it was only one of us instead of any more.
Yeah, I guess.
It's just gonna suck if we have to kill any more of those weird, fishy, disgusting blobs. I'm gonna have to be killing a little part of myself too now, I guess.
Not the party that counts.
Yeah.
All right. And I'd say at about that moment, Suna and Ildan and Carousel and Bianca would have made their way back into the tavern. Suna and Ildan would have rejoined Natalia as she sort of pulled out her things and started working away at whatever she's creating. But Carosilla and Bianca, it's up to you what you'd like to do, whether you'd like to go back up to the room or wait for Cecily and Suni to come downstairs and join the rest of you.
I want to give him the thing.
Okay.
If Carousel is also up for giving the thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Got to give the thing.
Gotta give the thing.
So we'll do like
Yeah.
a little like knock on the door, and Bianca will like poke her head in and be like, "Hey, Suni, I know you like things, especially shiny things." So,
like
and then
things.
she'll motion for Carosilla to present.
Do it in like the most grandiose way of just like, kind of like having it kind of outside of the room, but then kind of swivel it in and do like a grand old like sweeping gesture to then like
Amazing.
present it, on one knee to Suni.
So yeah, Suni, as they present it, you can see it in all of its glory. A fur-lined, steel scale mail, pauldron shoulder, arm covering. That is, granted, it is, the steel has been enameled to be that of like a black, closer to a darker gray to a black. And the fur is like this, maybe from some type of like mountain goat or yak of some kind. The fur is a very stark white. So there's a nice contrast to the arm plate that you have. But you can see it as Carosilla presents it. Sparks fly. You're not sure how, because I don't think Carosilla has prestidigitation.
I have thaumaturgy, so fireworks.
The doors.
Cleaning the blood.
There's sparkles.
Oh,
there's
the
fireworks,
windows of the
whole
room.
thing.
They flicker open and
Yeah.
close. It's kind of terrifying a little bit. But you
Suni
see
will-
the arm in front of him.
He'll kind of shoot his hands up to like right in front of his mouth and kind of not well his eyes up, but kind of just, big eyes in wonderment and amazement, and he'll just look at both of the two of you in the eyes and say, "Thank you."
Of
No
course.
problem.
They're not bronze, but
We had limited material,
no,
but
they're perfect.
keep you covered, keep you warm, give you scales back in some sense.
Yeah.
I think the color contrast is actually kind of nice. It pops out a little bit,
Can I try it on?
Well, it's yours.
Jinx. Roll me a beer.
Wow.
Soon
Good
will
thing
walk
they're all in
up
the house.
he'll kind of the entire time trying to cover as much of his skin as he can, walking up to it, but he will grab it and try to flip it on.
Yeah, of course. Suni, it is a collection of like leather straps that so there's one that goes over your chest and underneath your other armpit. So there's that first strap that you clasp shut, and then there are two more, one around your bicep and the other one around your wrist. With the interlocking sheets and plates, you have full mobility, and your arm is rather toasty.
It's perfect.
Did I say Desmond?
It's the same thing.
What a bitch.
I mean,
What a bitch I am.
dead name.
Yeah, how insensitive of you, Joe.
I'm sorry. I even gave you the name Suni.
Yeah.
That's really the worst offense.
Yeah.
That's really...
Remember your own name.
Oh, God. Suni, you wear the arm Suni. How does Suni feel with the new arm Suni?
While he really loves things and shiny things at that, so he does love it, what he loves even more is feeling like his friends did something out of their way to make him feel good, and that made him feel good. So he will give both of you a hug, like around the neck, pull both of you in and down a little bit, because I think he's shorter than both of you. But,
Yeah, probably.
thank you.
Of course. Now, I am gonna go visit with my family. They seem to be up to something with Suna. But you're welcome to join, of course. And I hope you do. But also, if you don't, that's totally fine.
Hey, I kind of want to go downstairs, but I just want to say this before we go downstairs, in case it's weird for them. Is this what parents are like? Or like, are yours like fucking wild?
In what way are you talking? Like, my mom being assassin? That's not what parents are like.
Okay. Well, I knew that much. I just
Okay.
meant them being like... I don't know, they don't seem like adults, and I really mean that as a compliment.
Carousel and I are adults.
Well, yeah, but come on. This is different.
I mean, Carousel, are my parents normal compared to the other parents you know?
Well, besides the whole assassin and other sword and blade related activities, I'd say yes. All the good ones are, at least.
Well, there you have it. Guess they're pretty normal, minus the prepared for death that they are.
Huh. Okay, I just figured I'd ask. I didn't have much comparison. I like them. I mean, glad you got somebody. They seem cool.
Yeah, they're the coolest parents I got. Not too bad.
Yeah. Well, and you only had the one go at it. I'm looking at round 4.
Oh gosh. I'm sure Tyr will be super excited to officially meet you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
All right.
though they annoy me, I do miss them, so I am gonna go hang out with them.
Suni, do you want to come meet these assassin people?
Yeah, I would love to. They sound like really, really interesting people. I realize that sounded sarcastic. I promise it wasn't.
No.
You're tired. I get it.
Okay. So, with that, the group of you gather yourselves and head downstairs for some of you, to meet Bianca's parents for the first time, aside from when her father carried you and set you down on a bed. So you have a little bit of catching up to do with this strange man. So on that note, that's where we're going to go ahead and take our break as the party descends to speak with Bianca's parents and see what Suna is up to. For all of you, let's plan to be back at 47, 5 minutes.
Nice.
We can do it this time, okay? We started late, so let's get it
Yeah.
going this time in 5 minutes. All right, so thanks for watching so far, and we'll be right back. I'm back. And so, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Roll with Advantage. We're back. And we're ready to dive back into the session. So picking up where we left off, our group of adventurers have now found themselves in a more neutral state. They are, at least to their knowledge, not being pursued by the Dark One right now. They are not being pursued, at least immediately, by Odin. And the only other threat that was perceivable to them, the creator, the entity that had been creating these weird amalgamations, these grafted creatures, these monstrosities, has revealed himself to not be an enemy of the party by any means. He is merely somebody that is trying to accomplish a goal. And the party, Desmond, what the fuck, Suni? I knew it was wrong as I was saying it, and I still said it. That was crazy.
Dude!
I know.
God.
I'm so sorry. Suni is a means to the end. Is a means to an end. There we go. Means the end. Suni
okay,
means the end.
Well, if you can't talk in general, I guess it's okay. You're
Yeah.
off the hook.
Suni was just a means to the end of achieving that, using Suni's scales in an effort to create enhanced creatures, create better versions of his children using Suni's scales. But the thing is, he didn't plan on keeping Suni or really harming Suni to an egregious amount. He just wanted the scales. And he had no problem returning Suni. And now, as the party knows, has no problem leaving the party alone, provided the party doesn't get in his way of accomplishing what he needs to make sure he's able to do what he needs to do to be able to stand against the Dark One day. And you know that he at least knows a little bit of what he's talking about, is he is one of the only people so far that you know for a fact has killed one of the 13 Forsaken. So while not an enemy necessarily, he is definitely a shaky accomplice. Acquaintance, I mean, not accomplice, acquaintance. Ooh, words are hard today. Acquaintance. So you head back to the Squeaky Wheel Inn and Richka. You plan to stay here one more night, getting to know Bianca's parents a little bit better, talking with Suna, and figuring out what your next plan is. So with that, we'll cut back to our group of adventurers as they traverse down the stairs, entering into the tavern. Now, as you re-enter into the common room of the tavern, excuse me, you can see, you can hear that the music has picked up a little bit more, as I'd say at this point, it's getting closer to 5, 6 o'clock. Most people are starting to get off work, finish their work for the day, and going to the Squeaky Wheel Inn to have a little something to eat and a little something to drink to relax the hard and stressful day, trying to fix the broken things from the rock attack the night before that really only Cecily has memory of. So the atmosphere in here has picked up as more people start to filter in, more drinks are being served, more barmaids and Rustlin begin to pick up their business a little bit, as the Squeaky Wheel Inn is rather busy this evening, as all of you are sitting talking to one another at your small table in the back corner of the room. So as all of you pop a squat, take a seat, and sit down, you can see Suna has taken out some alchemical components and is mushing them together in a mortar and pestle, refining them in a small fire and making these small drips into these small vials. And as any of you try to interact with Suna, she's dialed in. She's not paying attention to anything at all. And Ildan, I think, would say, she's been this way for about 20 minutes now. I think that whenever they finish...
It's normal.
Yeah. Whenever they finish, I think she'll talk again. I hope, at least. I'd feel really bad if she didn't.
No, she will.
Okay.
This is her thing.
Good.
Yeah, that's kind of how when we met him, you know.
Yes. Well, that's good. And Natalia kind of looks over towards Suni and says, "Well, look who's awake finally. I'm glad to see you're doing all right, sweetheart. Here, take a seat next to me."
Cameron, you muted.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Either he's navigating to find the unmute button, or he stepped away.
Well,
One can never know.
My mouse died. And now, what? Cameron.
His mouse died?
Cameron. I don't know. That's why he's having such a hard time navigating.
wow.
Well, Cecily will offer to buy a round of bread for the table.
Bread.
Nice. Mark off a silver piece, Cecily.
Gotcha. Yeah, she'll feel real good about it too. She's like just quietly proud to herself. She's like, I'm buying things for the group now. I have money for the first time in my life.
Amazing. You buy a round of bread for the table. Suni stands there, T-posing next to the table, ignoring Natalia's request.
Crystal will also go up with Cecily, and get a bottle of wine for the table. And also just say, I believe I did promise you a performance last night, but seeing as we're going to be here for one more, that offer's still open.
Oh, well, if you're willing to do it, we'd love to have a Gleeman perform here. I couldn't imagine what the people would say if the Gleeman refused to perform for our city. Please, if you're free this evening, we'd love to have you.
Certainly love to be here.
Wonderful. I'll spread the news. I'll have a few people run around to the town letting them know the Gleeman is performing tonight.
Perfect. I think it's good to have a bit of a change of pace given yesterday's events.
Yes, odd, isn't it? I don't remember a thing. All I know is cities partway broken. And thank you to you and your friends for doing that. Before you leave, find either me, Lily, or Nina, and there's something we'd like to give you before you go. But we can give it to you before you leave.
Well, I just think it's important that we're all here for each other, Weird times we find ourselves in.
Oh, yes, very much so. Well, what do you say to a performance in about an hour?
Should be able to.
Wonderful. Great. I'll start spreading the word.
Perfect.
That he'll head off.
And Cecily will, as they're kind of walking back, she will excitedly tug at Carasilla over to a corner and be like, "So are we on tonight?" Because I really haven't been practicing much the past 2 days. I have admittedly been distracted, but I could get something together. Or is it just solo? Is it just? I get it if it's solo. No hard feelings. You just do your thing up there, and
Well, I certainly wouldn't mind having a little bit of company up there if you are willing to. But if you also want to have time to practice something, I wouldn't blame you for it.
Okay.
After all, have you
Here.
performed before?
Yeah, well, okay, I don't know, maybe you don't consider it real in, the realm of, but, orphan shows? Does that count?
I mean, you mean just performing in the orphanage? Performance, right?
Yeah, it's just very, community. There's not really any, costumes, any music going on is kind of, nobody knows how to do it, But I actually got pretty good at it, There was actually a winter or so where the person in charge of the orphanage actually was going easy on me for once, because they knew I performed every once in a while, and it kind of kept everybody happy, so... Here, you know what? Audition.
To it.
I'm gonna audition right now. Just check this out.
Okay.
And she will get out the 3 juggling balls, and summon 4 dancing lights, and she will put 1 dancing light in the center and have the other 3 spin with the juggling balls, and she is going to basically make it look like she is also juggling the lights by timing them right, and have them be like changing color and kind of like revolving as they also spin and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Cecily was just like, "Oh yes, I could do like an audition," should have kind of like straighten herself up a bit, like have the arms crossed, and just kind of looking very intently to what you're doing, like just giving that slight like judgmental nod kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just taking it all in. But yes, once she's finished her little routine, immediately just breaks. Just give you a big old slap on the shoulder of just someone that says that you don't do much performances and that you haven't done quote-unquote real performances. I think. Certainly quite a thing you got there.
Like, for real? Cross your gleamin' heart?
I cross every gleaming heart out there. And plus, there's not much change to it anyways. I mean, you have to start somewhere with performance after all, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know if the others are going to be up for it, but I can certainly do my thing. And if you need, like, I don't know, if you're doing a story song and you need a character, I can try to make them real quick. With my whole face swappy thingy.
I think key to any good performance is a little bit of improvisation, so I think I trust you. I trust you to be able to pick up on wherever you can come in.
Okay, and she'll see, like, Cecily is clearly a little nervous with the amount of responsibility that implies. Just, okay, yeah, no, I'll just make sure I'm warmed up, and we'll be good. We'll be good. Just gonna have some bread.
Okay.
Okay. And she'll-
Don't have too much bread. I feel like that would be a bad idea, but important thing to remember, the performance isn't about you, right? There's no reason that you need to be nervous.
Right. Yeah, okay. Just one slice. And she'll just be kind of delicately starting to eat at the bread. Which means that when Cecily arrives back at the table with the couple of loaves or whatever, she is already working on one. So,
No.
take that as you will.
And on top of the bread, Russ does come by the table, and as he said, dinner was on him tonight. And he drops off the special on the special in the inn tonight, which is a little bit of seared mutton with some red cabbage, some strawberries on the side, and some soft goat cheese to mix with the items. You already have your bottle of red wine with you, but dinner is presented to all of you. And after you finished eating your dinner, Carasilla and Cecily, your performance is right up. So is there anything you'd like to do before you start the performance, or are you just diving in?
I think Carasilla, she takes all this very casually anyways, I don't think she has that much of a warm-up thing. I imagine it's just, with like the few minutes beforehand, just paying a lot of attention, shining up her little hurdy-gurdy. But yeah, she's very casual. I think she's not like out there like in a practice room, like preparing. Nah, she's just ready to go.
Okay.
Cecily will be the opposite. She's gonna turn into an obnoxious theater kid right now. And she'll be like just doing alt herself a little bit and like practicing voices, and she'll be doing like other juggling tricks. And if she ever messes one up, she's gonna be like, "Shit, okay, all right, come on." She's like, it's too much. She's doing too much.
Good. Okay. All right. Too much is happening. As you are doing your best, getting ready to just give the performance of a lifetime. So, with that, eventually, the music does fade, the individuals of the tavern, they do begin to quiet down as Russ steps on top of the small stage, hands clasped together, pulling on his apron, sort of wiping off some of the crumbs or food spillage that would be on there, and says, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very special treat for all of you tonight. You may have heard or seen the many-colored cloak of the Gleeman grace our small village of Richka. Murmurings throughout the town. Not sure if the Gleeman would grace us with a performance, but I stand before you humble and proud to say this Gleeman will grace us with a performance. And so, now, with a round of applause, please welcome Carasilla, the Gleeman. And people will begin to clap, and Carasilla, as you begin to head up and Cecily followed behind, you hear two
She
people.
will say, actually, for Cecily to step back. She's going to intro Cecily, so she won't have Cecily come up with her.
Oh my.
So, at Carousel, as you're heading up towards the stage, you can see the audience as their full attention on you. There's still some whispers and murmuring. With your passive perception, you'd be able to hear somebody say, "Wait, so is this the half-naked dragonborn, or is this someone else? Who is this? Oh, it's the high elf. Okay." As they kind of go back to like, "Oh, all right," and they watch you get up on stage. And Carousel, the stage is yours. The attention on you. What are you doing?
Yeah, she'll get up there with like a little bit of a flourish, you know. She wants to give these people a good performance.
Yeah.
And so she'll just get up, a little flare of the cloak. Well, I appreciate you all for having me here in such a lovely town, but I also understand that you find yourselves in a bit of a mess for perhaps what you're used to. And, you know, we live in strange times, all my friends. And I think it's important throughout all of that to have moments to just have a little bit of glee in our lives, right? But I suppose to start in a more traditional way, a small appeal, if you will. And just kind of holding the cloak out, so like, you know, the whole thing's just like draping on her arms to like show off as much of it as she can.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of wordless, like not wordlessly, like kind of looking up towards like no particular person, just almost like up into like the air above everyone. Grant me, O wheel, ever turning your blessing. Just as you weave your pattern, allow me to weave a story. You who like the moon are ever waxing and waning, you who soothe and oppress where fancy takes you, you who lift and bring down both poverty and power like waves on a sea. But, above all else, you who tell of our world and our histories, allow me to tell of places and times outside of our own. Grant me, O wheel, ever turning your blessing. And perhaps we find ourselves most fortunate of it all, for it won't just be me up here tonight. In fact, have a very special performance. A first performance. From a very talented, but only young, Cecily. And just gesture towards where, I guess she'd be, just off to the side.
Yeah.
You, Cecily, right next to you. You hear two people go, "Is that the half-naked dragonborn?" "Oh, nope, it's a girl. It's a blonde girl." "Okay." They turn and face you.
These four confused patrons. But yeah, she will get up and she will, just for the performance, have taken some of the Cecilia flowers from the arm and also tucked them like behind the ear and in the braid and stuff. Yeah, and she'll go ahead and get up and just do a her best go at a more like regal kind of bow with the dress and everything, a bit of a curtsy, which she's like, still getting used to, but I imagine it doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, no. Looks pretty good.
But yeah, she will just await the cue at that point.
Okay. Alrighty, with that, Carasilla, the audience has their full attention on you. They give a very small, modest clap for your assistant, but they are enraptured already.
I mean, she will just, I think, it's probably at like the scope of the kind of music she would have picked up. Most of her shit would be very local Bromsgrove shit. But she's going to try and just pull out any of the music that she would know would be from, I guess, the Old Kingdom region. And I guess Belclara more generally, just ready to give people music that they know, music that they love.
Yeah, and I would even say that while you might not know the song names specifically, you can recognize that some of the same music that you know in Bromsgrove, it seems that you've heard some of it tonight and the night before while you were within the tavern itself. The music is familiar. It's just whenever you would hear people talking about it, they would say, "Oh, I just absolutely love the wind that whips the willow tree," even though you know that song as a girl from the port. So there are these songs that you know that are just a little bit different, and you've been picking those things up casually and passively. And so you have a pretty good idea of how to give these people a show that they'll really love, as if you were a local. Been playing music for them for a while. So as you begin to churn out the type of music you know they want to hear, that more upbeat, more in-your-face, loud music with simple lyrics that they can chant along to, I'd like you to make a performance check. And I'll have you make it with advantage since you have Cecily aiding you in the music you play.
Do I get double advantage? Because I get advantage from the cloak to begin with.
Yeah!
Wow.
So not 20 on the second roll. So that's a 32.
32. Well, technically, isn't that a 42?
So, wait, no, hold on.
Oh.
Yeah, 42. There we
42. Carasilla.
Wow. Transcending.
You have, even with the aid of Aaron Marilyn back in Loshar and his own tavern, you did not get as much of a raucous reaction as you get from the people within this small inn. You would think that you were playing for an amphitheater of 10,000 people from the way these people are in love with you. In love with the idea of you, in love with the music that you're playing, the atmosphere that you're creating. You can feel, Carasilla, as you are now beginning to trounce around the room, Cecily assisting you in whatever way she can, whether there is a character you're describing using alter self and disguise self, or just using the dancing lights to create these magnificent spectral effects, or you using prestidigitation to create an effect that you are desiring for a moment in a story or a song. You can feel the cloak begin to move with you. Before, it was just a piece of fabric, a piece of wool that you wore over your shoulders, but you can feel it beginning to open itself up to you. You can feel that it can feel you embracing what it is to be a Gleeman, which isn't just a storyteller. It isn't just somebody who travels from place to place to play music for a quick gold coin. Being a Gleeman is about embracing what makes each individual region or town unique and putting your own spin on it and embracing what makes that place unique and beautiful and giving the people something that is so authentic but new. And that's exactly what you're doing tonight. And you can feel the cloak feel that. And as you embrace the cloak in return, you can feel this magical secret unlock inside of it. As the people cheer and shout and exclaim for you, you can feel the cloak cheer for you. As the once dormant magical item as the Gleeman's Cloak is now awakened. So there are 2 new additional features on the Gleeman Cloak magical item that you can look at now. So as you are going through your performance, and eventually as you finish it, the standing ovation from the people in the Squeaky Wheel Inn, like I said, an amphitheater for thousands, even though there's maybe 70 people in this small, way too cramped tavern now at this point. So with that, Carasilla, is there anything special you do during your performance or to end your performance that you'd like to say?
I mean, I feel like, especially really getting into, like, the groove of it, I imagine, because her hurdy-gurdy is obviously something she's had for a very long while, and, also with that whole kind of, like, I guess, bardic arcane focus as well, is something she's very familiar working with on many levels. I imagine kind of as the performance goes on, I guess in a similar way to the Gleeman Cloak, even though it's not like it's a magic item, I imagine just that kind of bardic energy and kind of, you know, vibe, I guess, towards the latter part of the performance. I imagine it gets to always a point where, you know, when it's just, you know, droning and stuff that she would need from the Gertie. I imagine there's that kind of almost lapse in realization where it's just the just force of the performance just means that she's not even there like turning the handle of the thing. Like the Gertie's just kind of releasing these drones just as she needs it almost. Just, I guess, elevating things further and I guess using her hands then to, I don't know, with a little bit of prestidigitation or just general like gestures is just able to, I guess, push the performance just that little bit further.
Okay, amazing. And that is exactly the desired effect as it happens. Very clearly explaining the incredibly high roll on your performance check. As the performance comes to a close, audience in love with every second of it. You can see as the audience sort of get up, they approach you to thank you for the wonderful performance, for the wonderful night, as people begin to relax and they begin to either finish up their drinks and their meal after your performance to head home. You can see that in any of the people that have been greeting you or saying hello or thanking you, there is this genuine happiness that is very visible on them. Thanks to what you've done. And they are, it might not be permanent, but at least for the next week or 2 weeks or maybe even month, they'll have something to talk about. Something in their life to be joyful about in the time that you're away. So with that, Carasilla, your performance comes to a close and the night begins to fall as your performance ends and most of the patrons leave. We now return to a much more relaxed tavern. So the relaxed air returns. People now murmuring more quietly. Those that are a little bit more belligerent, maybe a little bit more drunk, they're speaking more loudly. but you have a little bit more privacy in this area now. And I will say that Russ will come up to you, Carasilla, after the performance and say,
Well, it seems as though you've very easily made back what you spent so far.
and he'll set down a small pouch of gold and say,
There's about 85 gold pieces in there for you. Thank you very much for your performance. We're very appreciative of it, and whenever you're back, we'd love to have you perform again. If you'd be willing.
She'll look down at where he's just placed the pouch, and just back up with him. There's no need for that. Seriously, I think it's better spent here. I think your town already needs to do a lot in order to fix whatever it was that's happened. I'd rather it be sent in perhaps more deserving ways.
Very well. That can be done. Thank you very much. Thank you.
and he'll pick up the small pouch and give a very small, humble bow and walk away from the table.
Yeah. You should just walk and rejoin, I guess, where everyone else is.
Yeah. Cecily will, as she's walking along, just be like, I think I forgot what it felt like to just make a room full of people feel good.
Best feeling
You
out there,
guys-
ain't it?
That was really
That was
nice.
excellent.
Thank you.
Yes, it
And-
was quite good. You are, well, one of the best gleemen I've ever seen, and me and Talia here have seen a few. So you are definitely up there at least close to number one. Can't say you're the top yet, but close.
Here's my competition. Who do you place as number one then?
Yeah, and who's my competition as far as the juggling assistants go? Because I really gotta claim those ranks.
Natalia laughs a little bit and says, as far as juggling assistants, you, my dear, are number one. Top of the list.
Oh, sweet. Wait, am I the only one?
And the two of them share a look and they just laugh. And they both kind of nod a little bit. And then Natalia says, but don't let that discourage you. You were wonderful as well.
It's all right. Trendsetter.
There you go. And Ildan will laugh and say, well, I've only seen 4. So you're definitely better than one of them. One of them, I think that he just stole the cloak. Let's see. I had the pleasure of, what was it, in Port Lemnos, I believe. We were able to see Aaron Marilyn. He was very, very, very good.
Well, I must say, you mustn't have been paying close enough attention to him. Not look familiar. Kind of raising up the cloak.
Oh. I thought the cloak looked familiar, but most of the Gleeman cloak look pretty similar. So, and you can see Ildan's eyes kind of narrow at you. Is there some unspoken rule about Gleeman that I don't know? Did you find it, or find it on him?
No, thankfully didn't find
Ah.
it on him. Found him later. But found the cloak first.
Well, that's good at least. So have you had the chance to meet him?
Yes, only, well, relatively briefly. But after a little bit of hesitation, he seemed glad, at least, that the cloak was still getting its use.
Yes.
I will say, this performance tonight seemed better than the one Carasilla did with Aaron, in my opinion, at least.
Maybe he was weighing me down. Maybe I just needed a better assistant. Kind of shoves
Maybe.
Cecily a little bit.
You know, I wasn't gonna say it, but yeah, I think I really brought things up a level.
Listen, I will say, as a musician, you're much more talented than the other one that we had seen. Amrin, I'm not even sure of the last name. We were in Raven Rock, I believe. Raven Rock, and well, he performed, and his skill wasn't singing or storytelling even. It was the tricks he could do. Whether it be sleight of hand or these knife tricks. He had the most impeccable aim. I saw him 8 daggers throw all 8 at once at 8 different bullseyes, all at the same time. It was the trick shots he could do with daggers, of all things. I can do a couple of things with a bow and arrow, but daggers are a little bit more difficult. They're a little unpredictable sometimes. The weight, can't throw them nearly as far as an arrow can go. It was impressive. But
that's very efficient.
oh yes, I don't think that I'd want to be caught in an alleyway with him, because I don't think that I'd even come out on the other end all right. But Carasilla, I can say as a performance overall, I definitely think you are very close to number 1. Like I said, I think that I maybe saw Aaron in his prime, but Aaron in his prime versus a gleeman such of yourself is at the beginning of their career. I think there are very good things in store for you.
Oh, I appreciate the words.
Okay, I got it. And Suna now looks up, and she's like, where'd other people go? Oh, whatever. I figured it out. Here, take these. And she pulls out 8 vials, and she hands one to everybody. So, these right here are not really antidotes. They are, I don't know. They're like prevention vials. I haven't come up with a good name yet. But what they do is when you go to drink it, it should offset any effects that any of the things that knocked Suni unconscious did. So they should last maybe in your system for about 48 hours and then wear off. So what I would try and do is maybe the next time we think that something like that may happen on a whim, that it might be a good idea to use one of those. But there should be enough for each one of you to have one. And there are 2 uses in each vial. You don't need a lot. It is 1 sip and you're good.
Okay.
That's awesome. Good uses in each file.
Yeah, good stuff, Suna.
Oh, thanks. I don't know. It was really cool. It was like somebody showed you a painting once and then said, okay, now I'm going to tear up this painting, and then you have to try and put it back together without half the pieces. And you just got to kind of fill in the other pieces, and you got to draw the painting yourself, and you got to you got to put it all back together on your own with your own imagination and your own memory. And I mean, I haven't experimented with it, so it could not work, but I'm really confident, like 98.7% confident that it'll work. I'm feeling pretty good about it.
You know,
I feel
Suna,
confident.
I like how you describe being smart. It's
Oh.
easier for me to imagine.
Oh, well, you're welcome. See, she kind of like, all right, nice. Cool.
But Cecily, after complimenting her, genuinely, she will turn to whoever's sitting next to her and be like, she didn't see any of the performance, did she?
You can see Ildan, who's sitting next to you. He looks over to your side and he's like, oh, she definitely didn't. No.
Okay, just checking.
This building could have been on fire and I don't think she would have noticed.
Yeah, okay.
So, is there going to be a performance tonight? As everybody just
Wow,
kind of looks at her.
That's Cecily will just say wow. I don't think she has no other words beyond.
Oh.
Suna, what time was it when you started working on those?
Let's see. We got back at 4:00, I think. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and can you help me find the time right now? Because I just can't really gauge how much time has passed.
Yeah. I've got a little watch. Oh. As she pulls out her little pocket watch out of one of her.
Because I feel like it's getting late.
Yeah, it's bedtime. Okay. Whoops. Oh wow. Sometimes that happens if you ever need to get me out of it. I found that if you just kind of like lightly tug my left ear, that snaps me out of it. So I give you consent to do that.
Okay,
We'll only do it in case of emergency.
Yeah, in case of emergency. Don't disturb the flow, but you know, if it's an emergency, yeah.
Hey, before you go to bed, have you eaten anything?
I had a poached egg this morning.
Okay, bread, stat, let's go. Push it
Okay.
over.
Okay.
Everybody, family
Thank
style, let's get it to the end of the table.
Oh, strawberries. Okay. Oh, is that goat cheese? Oh, nice. This is good bread.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh, yeah, I was really hungry. Okay, I'll eat this and then I'll go to bed. She grabs another handful of strawberries and just like, oh.
Cecily will turn back to Ildon, who just poor Ildon just happens to be there. So he is now her conversation partner. she'll just turn over to him and just. This might just be a me thing, but I cannot imagine not eating.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, it's such a sweet part of life, right?
I know.
Yeah.
It's like the reason I'm alive. In both ways.
Yeah, it and he does laugh at that. You know, Cecily, can I just say I like you a lot. You are a very, very pleasant young woman.
Oh, thanks. It's nice having adults around that don't suck.
Oh,
And
okay.
she's gonna her eyes widen a little because she's like, whoops.
There is a lot to unpack there that we can get to some other time if you want. But thank you for the compliment. I'm happy to be one of the good ones. As he like finger guns you while wearing like half plate armors. Is like,
Yeah,
I
she'll
love
just
it.
kind of nod a little bit and be like, orphanage is the short story, but yeah.
oh
you know.
wow. In Summer's Rest, then that's where Bianca spent most of her time after she left home.
It was Water's Wake first.
Water's Wake.
I ended up in Summer's Rest because of
Things.
yeah. Okay. Nope. You know, we're moving on.
Yeah. Well, needless to say, I'm happy that someone as interesting as you is accompanying our little bee on her adventures.
Yeah.
Is Suni still T-posing?
I think so.
Suni?
I'm pretty sure.
My god.
That's truly unfortunate. He also missed the performance.
Yeah.
He needs to eat. God.
Oh my god. This is so good. Holy shit. Oh my god.
What is?
Sorry, I just saw I got added in the chat in the Everin Discord server, and there is some art of Rian and Yursa. Bursa, yeah, it's literally Bursa, and we got to pick our color scheme, and it's fucking sick. Oh my god. I don't even know. Sorry.
Oh, it is Ursa!
Yeah,
This is great.
let me send this in. Okay, that's the Rian one. Sorry, I'll also pull it up on the stream here in a little bit. And then look at Bursa.
Oh, dude.
We gotta pick the color scheme. Let's see.
Yo.
Yeah, here, let me. This is happening live. All right, there's
Dude.
Bursa. Yeah, look at that. Isn't that fucking sick? This is awesome. Ah, where's Rianne's? There's Rianne's. Copy link. This is so cool. No, not open link. I want to copy the link. That's the wrong image. Ah. Look at that. Look at that. It's so fucking cool. Oh my god. That sword is dope. Oh, I love it. All right. Anyway. Oh, wrong scene. Oh god. Okay. All right. Amazing. Oh my god.
Glad that happened.
Yes, that was amazing. I love this. Nightstar, if either one of you happen to be listening right now, or if anybody is listening, know that I'm also very appreciative. But I'm in the middle of DMing. I promise that I'll say nice things about it. The message later. Okay, so Suni is definitely at this point now. Natalia has like moved him to sit next to her, even though he is just like someone unplugged the robot from their processing software. Is just like limp noodle. There was some residual effect of the the syringe juice injection. There you go. Wow.
Jeez, dude.
It's a rough day for words. Okay.
Her name is Syringe. Stop it.
Okay. So with that, as all of you are sitting around the table, night is swiftly approaching. Sleep is right on the horizon. Is there anything else you're doing before you're heading off to bed?
I don't think I had anything else.
Okay. Very well. So, with that, all of you get ready for bed. You head up from the tavern common room, and just outside your windows, you can hear the light pattering of rain on your windows, as all of you are easily able to head to sleep. So,
Imagine we're still doing watches though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least somebody being awake at some point.
I'll take first watch, be on that performance high, you know.
okay. And Suni will take second watch. There you go.
Do you want to take it with Carousella or Suni?
Hey.
Oh, hello!
Hey!
Hello!
Okay, I'm taking second with Suni then.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Suni was just T-posing for a while as his AI was running into some issues. Okay, so the skinny Carasilla gave the performance of a lifetime. It was dope.
I'm sad I missed it.
It's okay. It was great. Cecily helped by juggling and doing magic.
Hell yeah.
Suna made small vials. Each vial has 2 uses, and it gives you immunity to any of the like injection that the creator used against you. So 48 hours, 2 uses, whenever it comes up.
Sweet.
She gave one of those to everybody. And then Natalia asked you to sit next to her, and you didn't respond.
So rude.
So she hates you now.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're sort of
Assassin.
hanging.
Assassin mom. Suni's not waking up in the morning. He's gonna be abducted again. No, he just sat next to her. Anyway, we're now on watches for the night. As things have relaxed, there's not really any more individuals that are in the common room, aside from the night crew that are just meant to make sure that nothing gets too crazy. Fire still burning in the hearth in the center of the common room. So we have Bianca and Suni on second watch. Cecily, are you going to take first watch with Carasilla, or is Carasilla
Yeah, performance high.
performance highs?
Oh,
Nice.
yeah.
Okay. All right. And then we'll say Ildan and Natalia are on third watch. There you go. Look at that.
Ooh, third watch. Look at us.
Ooh, we get more sleep tonight, everybody.
Yeah,
Woohoo!
yeah, exactly. A little more restful.
We shall be arrested.
So with that, the first watch commences with Cecily and Carasilla as the rest head off to sleep.
All right. Cecily will notice when she makes her perception check that the rock in her pocket made her eyes work better. Somehow.
Yeah, go ahead and make your perception checks. As every once in a while, you maybe get up, peer out one of the windows, just to make sure nothing is approaching.
Oh yeah, +2 instead of 1?
Oh, nice!
That's a 19 instead of an 18.
I think I used all my good rolls on the performance because I did roll a 16 and a 20 for that. But that is a 11 for my perception. Rolled
Okay.
a 5.
Okay. And then what was Cecily's again?
Oh, 19.
19. Okay, very nice, very nice, very nice. So, with that, the two of you settle into your watch. Carasilla, your performance high maybe has taken over a little bit as you just feel so good about it. Testing out some of the new elements of the cloak. Now being able to toss 2 daggers in a rather quick fashion as opposed to where you could only do 1. And your ability to follow it up very quickly with a spell should you choose. So, with that, settle in for your watch. Cecily, you are a little bit more perceptive. So if anything comes up, I will be sure to inform you. But as of right now, all is quiet in the Squeaky Wheel Inn.
Ooh. But yeah, she will be like unbraiding the hair, getting the flowers out, letting it down or whatever, and just like excitedly going on about like, you know, and then at the one song I did this, and then did you hear the guy during this bit, and then the, you know, just she's
So
just
be like
having a
hyping
blast.
along with her. Just like, you know, being like, oh yes, that was fantastic, like you did such a good job here, and like, you know, giving all the compliments.
Yeah. And she will, you know, obviously needing as much validation and support as she can get. She is just, yeah, very, very happy to eat that all up and just keep excitedly rambling about everything. But she'll eventually just calm down and kind of sit back, you know, hair undid and whatever, and just... It's been a long time. That was good.
Certainly was. And I must say, if this is going to become a regular thing, I wouldn't mind if perhaps, not tonight, but at a later date, you could show me a thing or two with that whole juggling thing. Was never quite my speed, but I feel like if we're going to be a team, it might help to be able to support both of each other in different ways.
Well, I gotta
And
warn
plus, I have
you.
a couple of ideas if I'm going to be competing with that other Gleeman Ildan was
Oh.
talking about.
Yeah, no, if we've got competition, we gotta rise the ranks.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're already adventuring. I think that helps a little bit.
I suppose. But, you know, I think there's many more performances of a lifetime that are to be had, so may as well work towards them, right?
I gotta warn you right now, though. Suni once asked me to teach him magic, and I basically told him, you just do it. I don't know how well I'm gonna be at teaching juggling. See, I don't know how to explain this, but sometimes the way I learn things cannot be put into words. It's just like the feelings, you know? Like I feel that the ball is ready to be thrown, and I feel that the spell should be cast, and I feel that it's about to rain soon, which I have felt since we got here, by the way.
Well,
I'll
I
try.
feel like you were born with that connection to magic. I don't think you were born knowing how to juggle.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I didn't get the magic till I was 15, and I was juggling when I was 4.
But
Yeah.
either way, helps that it's more of a physical out in your face kind of thing rather than some deeper connective thing.
Yeah. We'll try. We'll try.
Oh,
I
Certainly appreciate it.
can't sing, so you don't need to teach me that. But an instrument or two? Maybe? One of the easy ones, you know, where you just hit a stick on some shit.
Well, something percussive like that could work, but... Oh, in all fairness, if you're wanting something melodic, I do know how to play the dulcian. Have little hammers and strings. It's hitting something. Perhaps not as hard as you would like.
Oh, that
Not,
thing!
Perhaps a drum would be more your speed, but
No, I was pretending to know what that is, but I like those. I could do those. Maybe. I don't know.
have to get you one first, though, is the problem.
You know, it did just occur to me that you're not carrying that around.
No.
Yeah.
No, I had access to one in Bromsgrove, but not anymore. Or even, I mean, a little panpipe. That's how I got my start, at least, in terms of instrumental. That could work. Simple enough.
Panpipe, that's the one you always see, like, the drawings of the satyrs with, right?
Pros, yes.
Yeah. That seems kind of fun. Kind of goes with the flower theme we got going on. Well, I got going on.
Well, I mean, I could happily incorporate some flowers, too. Become our brand.
Yeah, these are not hard to find. We can be the weeds. No, that sounds terrible. The petals. I'm trying to think of something other than the Cecilies, because that doesn't seem fair.
Well, I feel like most of the time you don't really need the name anyways.
Yeah, I
People will
guess.
be able to recognize you. Cloak helps with that, certainly. And I mean, I can't imagine that there's too many gleemen walking around with small blonde kids covered in flowers, or at least armband of it. Plus, sometimes people will give you a name. It's almost better, I think, right? It's like the whole thing with giving yourself a nickname, it never quite sticks the same.
That's true. Hey, you remember that first night we actually talked to each other? We were on the boat, and there was that thing happening in the sky that happens in Jormungandry, all the lights. I
Certainly remember that, and I remember the first night. Because you were just sitting there juggling, and I remember thinking it was the strangest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, this is a thing I've been meaning to say, and I guess, I'm gonna try to right now. I think I had this idea in my head that anybody who looked happy was probably faking it. And I was kind of shitty to you. Because I thought, I don't know, it felt like you were trying to get me to fake happy with you or something. But, ever since my whole Second Life situation, I've realized that this whole life I had, I've been looking back on it, and there's a lot of bad parts, but I haven't been remembering the good ones. I just buried them. It's easier not to think about it. So, sorry for being a little shit when we first met. And 2, I still remember what you said that night, and I'm trying to be happy. And I actually think I can be now. So, thank you.
What I'm here for. And I'm glad to hear it as well. It's not a simple matter of just being able to, or not being able to be happy. It's always a choice. Sometimes it comes more easily upon you than others, but it's when you choose it. And there's other moments that's when it's hard, but that's when you must choose it and choose to be happy the most. And it will get easier. You know, you have all of the options of how to view, how to react to things. But the more you keep choosing to see those more positive moments, like you're saying, to not just let yourself go into those darker things. Even though it might be easy, and everything else might seem so hard. Keep making that choice and it will become easier and easier to choose to be happy. And eventually you won't even realize you're making the choice. But regardless, there's a lot of good in you, Cecily, and a lot of that needs to be remembered. And shittiness or not, definitely seen worse. And could definitely see that there was a lot of good in there, even if you were trying to bottle it up so much.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll try to remember that. I mean, I guess I'll state the obvious. I could very easily not be here at all anymore. Now that I am, I'm trying really hard not to fuck it up. Sometimes I feel like I gotta do something real big, but sometimes it's just doing a show and buying some bread. That's a pretty good life, too.
Certainly have to agree to that. Ironically, I also feel like it could almost be said for everyone here that all of us being here is not necessarily ever something that was going to be guaranteed. I mean, Sony with his past lives, you obviously with everything that happened there, even with Bianca and the deal that was made with Issen. I mean, without that, who knows where or if she would have been here. I think there's always that chance that we wouldn't be where we are. But thank every god that would listen, every piece of light out there, that we all are, that we're all here together. And that certainly extends to the fact that I'm very glad we were able to get you out of there.
Well, there's a little piece of the light in everybody, right? That's what the big salamander guy said. Glad I was able to find it. Oh, and I'll keep this one kind of short if you don't want to talk about it too much, but I've never had a sibling, but I did have a best friend a few years ago, and well, I don't know what to call it, but we were kind of more than friends, actually. Anyway, I at least know what it's like to start imagining your whole life next to somebody, and then all of a sudden some people show up and tell them they gotta go, and that's it. Not that that's it. I mean, you're gonna see Mormon again, but...
So I hope so. I feel like she's normally pretty good at getting her shit out of shit, so...
Yeah. But, yeah, I'm just trying to say I kind of get it a little. And, it's rough. I mean, I was only 13, and I only knew her, really, for 6 months. Felt like forever, but wasn't that long, but still. Just, I know you're choosing to be happy and all that, but I hope you're good.
I think I've at least been blessed with good company. That helps. And knowing that what she's doing is what's best for her, what's hopefully best for everyone else. That also helps. And because you can leave someone behind all you want, but they'll stay with you. I feel like even this friend of yours is testament of that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have a way of just worming themselves into some small part of you and just making a home there for themselves.
Yeah. She's just, one of the handful of people that I think about all the time and still don't really know how to talk about.
Have a name?
Elandriel was her name, but I just called her Tay, and she just called me C. She was an elf. Actually came from a really nice home, but something happened when she was 10. 3 years in an orphanage. Somebody else found her, adopted her, and that was that. We just kind of met in the middle. I had just lost my my mom at that point. My good mom, as I used to call her. The one I had in the middle for a few years. So, well, you know, every orphan's got one thing in common, so we became friends pretty quick, and we were together every day. We even shared a bed when they were running out of space. So, yeah. I wonder about her.
You're young, she's young. I'm sure someday you'll be able to meet each other in the middle of things again.
Yeah. I almost hope I meet her after this is all done, though.
That's the hope. Hopefully all this doesn't keep dragging on. So I feel like we're certainly far from any conclusions to any of this. Although we are 113 down, which I guess is a blessing of some sort.
Yeah, honestly, maybe we should just let the spaceman keep taking them out.
I honestly don't think I'd be too upset if he manages to take out a few more. But, you know, you can find allies in unlikely places, I guess, and even if he seems to think that we can only help each other if we're helping him, I hope that when it all comes down to it, he's able to realize that that's not entirely true, that perhaps he can use his talents in ways that's not going to be terrorizing whole populations. And I do sincerely hope that we find ourselves on the same side. In the genuine sense, not just the enemy of my enemy is my friend's sense, when it all comes down to it. At least we got rid of the bees. I feel like bees are just weird. Creepy little fuckers just...
Well, one can hope.
So with that, eventually your watch comes to a close, and we move on to our next watch. Watch moves on uneventful. Seems as though it was all quiet in the night, and we move on to Suni and Bianca. So I'd like the two of you to make a couple of perception checks right off the bat for me.
Perception.
That's not very good.
Let's see. Well, 12.
A 12 and a
3.
We're very perceptive.
nothing
Oh,
else
yeah.
matters other than each other right now. You are just
Oh.
so focused on making sure that you really connect throughout your conversation. As far as the two of you can tell, the watch goes uneventful, but maybe you wouldn't have noticed it even if something did go wrong. But with that, take your watch.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say that if whoever was looking, Suni would have slept with the scale mail stuff on his arm, no matter how uncomfortable I'm sure it is.
It's got fur. Maybe it's not uncomfortable. Who knows?
That's fair. Yeah. But he would have slept and is still wearing it right now.
Bianca will ask him, so you like it?
Yeah, it was really, really kind of you to do that for me.
It was nothing. I mean, I'm doing a little... Well, she probably has it dropped right now, the alter self, but she's like, I'm doing the same thing right now, kinda. Not exactly the same, but... I get what it's like to feel out there, I guess.
I'm really sorry that they treat you the way that they do. It's not fair.
No, it's not. In a very twisted way, I get it. They're afraid. It's weird. This whole land, granted, we've only really been scratching the surface, but I'm very concerned that this deal my grandmother made wasn't just out of love and worry for my father. It feels... And granted, it could just be the fact that it's a devil or a demon. Of course it is. It's a demon prince. Like, of course everything's gonna be dark and sinister. But it just feels like there's a piece of this, well, many pieces, but especially with the motive of my grandmother, I feel like there's a piece missing that I don't quite understand, especially with just the amount of malice that is here.
There's definitely a scar in this area through the people, and it's really sad. But it doesn't excuse the way that they, I don't know, treat you and any of that. The money and the horses and the side eyes, and I'm really, really sorry that you have to deal with all of that.
Thank you, but likewise, I'm sorry. I mean, I've not experienced it, of course, but there's probably a lot of pressure being a dragonborn. It's the opposite kind of pressure. They assume, you know, negative intentions on me, while with you, they probably see some kind of spectacle or a hero or something in you that, and you're just trying to be yourself at the end of the day. Maybe I'm wrong, but...
No, it's really funny. You know, when I was part of the Giant's Palm, that's the only reason they let me in, I think, is because they wanted to exploit that. I don't know. So I guess it was just built up to me that my scales and my color and my face and everything is something that was a big deal. And even when I was, you know, pit fighting in Water's Wake, they called me the Bronze Shiv. It was my identity. So it's just hard to feel stripped of part of that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
No, I do understand, not to the extent that you have, and especially not in the praise sense necessarily, but honestly, you lived through one of my worst fears. I, at a young age, just knew that looking different, or not even just looking different, what I am, there was something worth it to other people. And I was taken from my family a couple times.
That's horrifying.
It was scary, yeah. It's literally my worst fear. My mom and dad always got me back. Obviously, they're badasses, so.
You don't have to tell me. I can see it just looking them in the eyes.
But no, that's the best way I can put it. My heart really is breaking for you, because at the end of the day, we just want to be ourselves, but people don't always see us for ourselves. They see opportunity, money, praise, fear, and you're just a person.
You know, it's funny the way that thing was talking to me. It was almost like, I don't know, he expected me to understand why I was worth the effort and why he needed part of me. It's just really kind of a gross feeling.
Joe, would Bianca know of any potential possibilities of scales, specifically Dragonward scales, like coming back or growing back, or is that like a wish spell only kind of thing?
Yeah, so because of the way Dragonborn are, their scales are a lot closer to like what an alligator's skin is, which is like alligators don't have scales. It looks like scales, but they're called like shoots or shuts. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. But it's pretty much like hardened skin in these like kind of overlapping plates that looks like scales. So they're not scales like how a literal dragon would have scales. And the thing is, because they're just extra hard skin, they do not grow back. So it'd be like you'd need like a regenerate spell, like the same type of magic you would use to help somebody's arm grow back. It's that same thing.
But it is possible, just not like on its own.
Oh, yeah. It's possible. Just definitely there would need to be some magic assistance there.
Okay. Well, Bianca will relay the information. I don't have to do it verbatim, since we all heard it. But she'll just kind of finish it off with, so, not an easy fix, but if it's something you want, let's seek it out.
Maybe. I think I'm okay right now. It sucks that it happened, but it's, you know, I'm alive, and that's really, I guess, the thing that matters. And you're all alive, and yeah.
Okay.
But it's good to know that it's an option. In the meantime, I like this, and he'll pat on his bescale mailed armed.
It looks pretty cool. Cooler than I thought. I was just going looking and was trying to find something, so.
You really think so? And then he'll like flex both of his arms, or at least just the left one. Pretty cool, huh?
It's cool. While you were out in the forest before getting kidnapped, were you able to connect with Elowin? Was it successful?
Was I, Joe?
No.
No, okay. No, not really. I don't know, I wasn't out there for a long time before everything happened, so I don't really know what to do.
I guess keep trying. I just started the whole commune thing. So it's new territory for me as well, but it worked.
Really?
So, yeah, that's why the alter self thing is actually something the Raven Queen is letting me do for the time being.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's not the Suna stone, which was really cool too, but yeah, I had no idea what I was doing. But I guess whatever I did was enough in the moment. I don't understand fully. Like I said, new territory for me too.
What was it
But
like?
don't give up. What was it like?
Yeah.
It was like kind of like when you're in a dream and you're seeing yourself and all your thoughts and everything are still running, but your mouth doesn't move, your arms don't move, like you're just there. And so it's not like I had a conversation with her. She showed me things and herself of when she was, I guess, before being the queen of ravens. She's a little punk ass bitch, kind of like you. So I think honestly, you guys might have gotten along, but it was weird too. Her words were very helpful in calming me down, and I do feel like I got guidance, and I don't know what I was looking for exactly. I think I was just lost. And still am. But I don't know. Feels like a new part of me that I never really got to know. Like she's a part of me?
That's really cool.
It is kind of cool. But you've communed with Elowen. What was it like for you?
Well, it happened the one time, and honestly, I don't know if I was just, like, bleeding out from Hrothgar, or what was going on that pushed me into that. So I didn't try to get there, it just happened. But it was strange. It was like it wasn't like that. It's like I was actually there. And I was standing in this meadow almost with a house and all of these gravestones. And they all had my name on it. And I spoke to her just briefly enough, but it was a similar feeling, like knowing something that I didn't know was inside of me.
I think you should keep trying.
Yeah. As long as it doesn't get me kidnapped again.
Well, maybe... Look, we both have a problem. I sneak into offices and almost get killed by Odin. You sneak off into the forest and get kidnapped by a creepy man. So why don't we just keep each other in check?
Okay.
We both
Buddy
have these...
system.
Yeah. We have these strange urgencies to be by ourselves. This weird independent thing we got going on. So let's just do better about that. Take
Well,
someone
if you
with
ever go
us.
on a whack-ass solo adventure, invite me next time, okay?
I mean, we did go together to meet your lady friend, which have you been talked to her at all? How do you
No.
call her? I don't even know.
I don't know. It's really frustrating. It's like the first amount of answers I ever got about anything just made a million more questions, and I don't know. And then there's that girl that we met, or that I met, that apparently knew me, and I feel like maybe I should try to talk to her too, but I really don't know.
I mean, Carasilla has sending.
I don't know what I would say to either of
fair.
them.
Yeah, I don't think I have any advice on having amnesia and trying to re-meet people from your past. I'm at a loss there, not gonna lie.
It's really frustrating.
Well, I literally feel like I'm one of the last people to have ever said this. Or used to be, but here I am saying it. I was able to find some guidance, not only through the support of you guys, and especially Carasilla's words, but the Raven Queen. And everything does feel just as scary and huge and crazy. But I feel confident in it now. With becoming, I guess, or trying to reclaim this land. And I mean, I've always been afraid of Isin, but that's like the one thing that I've been like okay about being or doing. And then I'm obviously afraid of the Dark One, but I'm also was like, that's, I don't know, for some reason those I was like, but I can do that. Talking to people, no thank you. And yet, for some reason, whatever peace I was able to find through her has helped. So, maybe this is your Isin. And you might need just some divine guidance. Again, normally, I feel like I'm the last person to even suggest. I didn't even think about the Raven Queen. Hell was the one to be like, "Girl, why don't you try that?" And I was like, "I guess maybe." So it's an option, and I don't think it's a dead end.
Yeah. I don't think it is either, but it's just a frustratingly vague one.
Yeah. I think I got really lucky on my first attempt. I feel like that doesn't happen for most people.
Do you ever miss the way things used to be?
Like what?
I don't know, before everything started?
Like before I met you guys?
I guess so. Or before, when we were just getting out of the Fisher contract and everything seemed so, I don't know, a lot easier back then. And even before that.
Well, I feel like I've been seeking this trajectory my whole life. So in a way, at least for me, I don't think... Yeah, the life I had was very nice. But there was so much unknown, so much that I was unsettled by. Just, I wasn't okay not knowing. I needed answers, and at least at the time, my family really didn't want to give them to me. So I think, I know even Poe brought this up, one way or another, somehow I would have ended up somewhere down the road along this line. I don't know about the Dark One stuff. I don't know if that was always meant to be my path. I guess the Weave decides that. But, but I do think maybe I had a little bit of a different approach to this than the rest of you, who got a little bit more thrown into it. I was a little bit more eager to seek it out.
Yeah, I think we were opposites then. There was so much unknown for me, and I figured if I didn't learn any of it, none of it mattered. But it matters. And what we're doing matters. And as easy as life may have been, you know, beating people up for money in Water's Wake, I'm happier now, I think, with you guys. Making a mark on the world in some way.
I'm glad. I'm glad you're finding yourself.
Slowly but surely, I suppose.
We'll be by your side every step of the way.
And same for you.
Thank you. And she'll do one of those, like, sibling, like, rub the head and then, like, put the arm around him for, like, a half hug thing.
Yeah.
He will reciprocate, minus the head rub thing. But...
On that sweet note, your watch comes to an end. Your watch was uneventful. There was maybe a patron or two that entered for a quick drink, trying to get the early morning start on travel to beat the traffic out of Richka. But the two of you had to sleep, and Natalia and Ildan head down for their watch. As they start their watch, Natalia brings a book down with her, and she looks towards Ildan and says, "Do you mind if I just read this book for the watch?" And Ildan says, "Oh, no, please, go ahead." And he pulls out his own book, and the two of them sit there in silence, reading a book, separate books, as they do their watch. Ildan with a 14 and Natalia with a 17. Yeah, as far as their watch goes, uneventful. As all of you wake up the next morning, you begin to gather your things. Gathering downstairs, you can see that there is a small crowd that has gathered downstairs this morning. And you can see the three officials of the city are down here as well. One of them being Russ, the owner of this establishment. You can also see Lilia, the organizer of the temple, and Nina, the owner of the bank of Bromsgrove. Or not of Bromsgrove, the owner of the bank of Richka. You can see all of them gathered here, as well as a small group of other people. Suni, you would recognize the stable hand, the stable master, I should say, who rented you the horses. There's a good amount of people that are gathered down here, waiting on all of you. You can see Russ is kind of looking around, constantly compressing his hands, sort of shifting them palm over palm. A little nervous as he's looking towards the group and looking out towards all of you. And you can see Lilia, the priestess Lily, she approaches and says, I hate to ask, but where is, Bianca? Looking out towards the group of you. Bianca, you're there. You hear this.
Yeah, what's Bianca's reaction? Just
She's nervous. She's probably not saying anything, trying to hide behind you guys, like shuffling. Do.
okay. Well, if she's clearly not wanting to like present herself, Carousel would just kind of step forward a little bit. Well, she thought it'd be a good idea to get a little bit of advance on travel, so she's headed out already. Is there a problem?
Oh, no, there's no problem at all. That is sad. I had hoped to catch her before she left. Well, Russ, don't you have some things you'd like to say? At least he can share the word if you see her. And you can see Russ take a few steps forward. And say, yes, well, and you see him like, constantly looking back towards the priestess and say, when you see her, could you please apologize on my behalf? Myself and the other two elders met the last night to talk of what transpired the past few days. And I understand the way I acted towards your friend was inappropriate and was cruel. And he keeps looking back towards Lily. And I just wanted to apologize for my behavior and say I am appreciative of not just what all of you are doing, but of the role she played in it as well. None of us remember what happened that night, but we do know that she was there to help. And that is more than what we deserved. So I just wanted to apologize.
I feel bad for saying it, but like, since he keeps looking back, is this like he feels forced to say these things, or is it a genuine thing and he's just nervous to like own up to the fact that he's being a little shit?
The latter, for sure. With your passive
Okay.
insight, it's plainly that.
Okay. Just
Yeah,
wanted to
there's not a gun to his head. He's
Well, I'm sure we can let those words reach her. And perhaps it's a good lesson to, well, yourself and perhaps others. I think we've got enough to worry about without trying to create even more problems for ourselves.
Of course. I completely understand, and I can promise you if she ever does come back to Rishka, I will do everything in my power to make sure she feels welcomed. It's not anything against her personally. Well, I told you of what happened. It's hard to trust after being hurt as badly as we were. And that is not her fault at all. It is my own for projecting that onto her, but it's something we all need to work on. Many people here in Richka and in the Old Kingdom, but if you do see her, please tell her to be careful on her travels. We've heard of an individual seeking out those they believe to be working with the fiendish entities that attacked our home many years ago. If she's traveling by herself, I don't want anything bad to happen to her because at least I know, we all know that she played no part in it. So please, if you see her, tell her that.
Gladly, sir.
Well, it was a pleasure to meet all of you, and if you ever do come back to Richka, know that you can expect free room and board while you're here.
And with that, Russ will reach out to shake your hand, Carasilla, and then go one-to-one and shake all the rest of your hands, as well as, so will Priestess Lily and Nina will do the same, just thanking you for your assistance. So does everybody just sort of exchange the pleasantries with all of them?
Yeah.
Cecily will. I think that the expression on her face is kind of noticeably. I wouldn't say rude or unimpressed, but just sort of like.
Mm-hmm.
You know, apology accepted, but we are not friends.
For sure, yeah.
And she's not hiding that at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Suni's the same way.
Yeah, no, Russ can pick up on that, as well as some of the other townspeople that know that they were in the wrong. It seems as though Lily has not forced their hand, but she did a pretty good job convincing them, thanks to the actions all of you took in this town to help people.
Can I roll insight to see if he feels legitimately like he's changed, or if he's just apologizing because he feels like it's the right thing to do?
Yeah, sure. You can make an insight check on that.
Hell yeah!
Because he's yeah. Let's see what you.
Oh, that's a natural 20.
Oh yeah. So it is genuine. It's genuinely nervous. He doesn't feel. It doesn't seem like he feels forced to do this. And on top of that, it seems as though there is at least some genuine regret for the way that he treated Bianca, especially because she literally just got here. There's no way that she could have done anything attached to what the demons and fiends and other tieflings did all those years ago. There's just no way that she could have done anything. So it's just, there's genuine regret. And also, with that insight check, genuine concern now that something bad may happen to her by this entity, whoever it is, attacking these fiends and such, if they're found.
Yeah, so Suni, before he accepts the handshake, will have kind of like that look of like examining him, and when he decides to shake his hand, he'll say, Bianca's about the toughest person I know. She'll be okay.
Good. That is very good to hear.
And he'll shake and squeeze, shaking each one of your hands until Bianca, eventually he does get to you, just sort of in the back of the group. And he'll shake your hand, and you feel him kind of pause for a moment and look down. And he freezes.
Uh-oh.
That ring.
And he looks up at you.
Where did you get that ring?
And you can see it
from a. Wait. Okay. Insight. What's his eyes doing? Like.
Yeah. Make an insight check. And then you can see Ildan kind of takes a step back to be shoulder to shoulder with you.
Oh God. We were so close. 11?
It is the room is tense, and you're not sure if that is a good thing or a bad thing. You cannot get a clear read on this guy at all right now.
Am I able to like notice all this shit and get an insight?
Right now, this is a moment between Bianca and Russ.
Oh, I'm sweating.
Like I said, there's a lot of people down here, and other people, especially the town leaders, want to shake your hand. So in that moment, this is just like a moment between Russ and Bianca, and Ildan is just
Okay, so we don't
he
know
was
this, that's okay.
yeah, that's where she was kind of hiding behind Ildan, so that's the only reason he's here right now. So Bianca, he gives you a look, and just because he's your father, you can read his body language a little bit better. It's definitely like I'll follow your lead on this.
I actually found it on my way here. Thought it looked nice.
Make a deception check.
Ah!
Ooh.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, it's a 12! Oh
12.
my god! Oh my god!
He squeezes your hand a little tighter and he pulls you in a little closer and he says, "Where did you get that ring?" And Ildan grabs his wrist and says, "Please, watch the way you're acting. I'd hate for this to get ugly." And he'll look at you, Bianca, and Russ will say, "Where did you get the ring?" It seems as though he didn't believe that.
Okay. Oh, shit. How tightly is he holding Bianca's hand?
Oh, he's got a pretty tight squeeze on it. But you can see Ildan, like your dad has got an equally tight grip on his wrist. So Russ isn't doing anything without, like, your dad letting him.
Ugh, fuck. Oh, I don't know what would be a good... Ooh,
What are you doing?
Shit.
What are you doing?
Okay. She's going to... All right, first attempt, she's just going to try and get her hand out of his grasp.
Okay, make an athletics check, contested with his. Okay, that's not very good.
Thank God.
He's a half orc, though.
Why can't I read?
He's a little strong.
All these checks are +0, just so... God damn it, it's a 12.
Okay, that is an 11 on his part, so you are able to slip free and get a couple of steps back. And Russ kind of tries to step forward, but Ildan, he interposes himself between you and him. I would say at about that point, Bianca, after whatever you say after you step away, everybody else their attention would kind of turn. But you get one moment to say one final thing before everybody else is involved in this.
Do I have to say anything, or can I just do something?
No, you don't have to say anything. You can do something if you want.
Yeah, she's just going to... How close are we to a wall?
To a wall? I mean, the inn's pretty small, maybe 30 feet, 40 feet.
Okay, she's just gonna back up till she hits the wall and then shadow slide outside.
Okay, so with that, as you slip away, as you're sort of backing up towards the wall, you can see Russ is trying to step forward and Ildan is interposing himself. At about that point, all of you turn to see Bianca backing up and Russ saying, "That ring! I've seen that ring. I know that signet. I know that crest. House Tamaris, where did you get that ring? That is an heirloom. Where did you..." And at that, you shadow slide out of the wall. Outside.
And then... they said not to be alone.
You can see, Bianca, as you shadow slide out, there is, funny enough, there is a cart with 2 horses and a set of camping supplies right outside the building.
How convenient.
Which you maybe imply that because they were trying to make things up, they were going to give the party a gift.
Oh, fuck. Well, thanks. Gift being utilized now. Yeah, she's gonna hop on there and she's gonna just start to head the direction she knows that we're all gonna go, and that's what she's doing.
So we did see her zoom out of the building like that?
Yeah, you saw her back up to the wall and then shadow slide outside.
Okay, just per the conversation she and I literally just had last night, Suni is going to also kind of try to sneak back and, like, Misty step out of the building so that she's not alone.
Okay, very good. So yeah, I would say, Suni, just with your natural dexterity, you can do that. Misty Step is a lot more subtle than Shadow Slide, so you're able to phase outside of the building. Bianca's getting on the cart. You're able to get on it with her and begin to ride away. As I'd like the two of you to make stealth checks with disadvantage because you're trying to ride away on a cart to see if anybody inside noticed that the cart is being
stealing
taken.
a gift, so
With disadvantage?
With disadvantage,
that's just sad.
Oh, wait, that wasn't stealth. Okay. Well, it was the same modifier though, so 7.
11, but it was a 2. I rolled a 17 and a 2.
No, that is so sad.
Oh my god.
Okay, so as the two of you do that, the cart begins to pull away. We'll cut back to that in a second. But the rest of you on the inside, you can hear that Russ is like beginning to yell. He said, that is an heirloom that was stolen. That belonged to the royal family of the Old Kingdom. How did she get it? And you can see like Ildon is like gripping his arm, and you can see like Russ is trying to snatch his arm back the same way that Bianca slipped out of his, but Ildon is not letting go. And he's like, friend, I think you need to calm down before you hurt yourself, all right? And at this point now, all of you are beginning to turn. You can see Lily beginning to move up towards Russ and say, Russ, what is going on? What is happening? Why are you yelling? And Russ is like, she had a ring of House Damaris on her hand, the signet ring of the Queen.
And just before he keeps rambling on about shit, Carousel wants to make a move over to him. Just fucking gonna just antibiotic him first. And then just cast Suggestion on him, just because I don't want this to get any fucking worse. And just have a very firm hand on his shoulder. Suggest you get to work in the back. I don't think you need to be out here right now.
Wisdom saving throw minus a D8?
D8.
Well, I think that's already a failure. Yep. That is a 10.
Good. Want him to fail hard. Yeah, because I imagine there's like a back room or something off this tavern.
Oh,
for, like,
yeah. I will say,
whatever the shit.
there were like 15 people gathered in here plus the party. So you can see there are people who are starting to kind of back away a little bit. And Russ says, you're right. We've got work to do. And he just begins to step back, and people start to exit the tavern. At about that point, you hear the of wood creaking as a horse and the cart begins to rapidly ride away as everybody's head kind of turned to look out the window, seeing Suni and Bianca hopping on and riding away in the cart as Lily kind of looks towards the rest of you and says, well, it was great having you help out our town, but I think it might be best if you head out. Thank you, and stay safe on your journey. Okay? Okay.
Yeah, Cecily will just kind of nudge the whole squad, and she's gonna get ready to start heading out as well. And if anybody, like, is kind of, like, arm grabbing or trying to slow them down or whatever, she's, not gonna do anything harmful, obviously, but she might just, like, use gust on them.
No,
to,
nobody's trying to do that. There may be a few people that are maybe closer to Russ's side, but Lily says, no, stop, let them go. Let them leave. And we'll see if they listen to her. They do. They definitely do.
Cool.
People are close, but they don't stop you. And
well, Cecily will gladly be, like, the first to get out of there and kind of nudge the rest of the group with her.
Yeah. As all of you are exiting, leaving, you can start to hear people beginning to whisper. Was that Ivana? No, it couldn't be Ivana. It's too young. Her daughter? No, still too young. Her granddaughter? Is the queen returning? To fix the land? To help us? No, never. She betrayed us once, brought those demons here. I'm sure this one will do just the same. No, maybe they've come to help.
to repel the clans, to fix what's wrong.
And you can hear these constant bickering back and forth of people in disagreement about who that was. If that was the legitimate heir to the Damaris throne, or if that was some imposter, or if it is the return of the Damaris throne, but it's somebody who is going to use the throne for their own personal gain, or if it's actually somebody that's going to help them. As all of you are able to catch up to the cart and hop on, as you begin to ride out of Richka, you can already see that people are beginning to stir, heading out towards the tavern. They're beginning to talk, trade stories, trade tales. And as all of you are leaving, you can see a couple of riders just like fly past you, headed on the same path that you are. But these people look like they have a mission or a story that they're trying to tell. Rushing out of the city, rushing past all of you. As you see those messengers leave, riding past your cart, leaving the whispering people behind you in Richka, finally out on the open road of the Old Kingdom. That is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
It was so wholesome.
It
was the
was!
end thing, but it was a very wholesome session.
Yeah.
It was. It was. Well, thank you so much for watching, everybody. If you're watching on Twitch, do not forget to follow. If you are watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. If you had a favorite moment from the session, go ahead and throw that down in the comments. I love to hear that. And with that, be sure to tune in next Saturday for the Isles of Iverion, or next Tuesday for the continuation of the adventures of the Salamander Coast. So with that, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.